Welcome to the Sweet and Sweeney Romance Audiobook channel. I'm author Ellie Hall, and you are about to tune into Trusting the Cowboy's Heart, written by me and narrated by Lorana. It is the third book in the Ritchie Ranch Clean Cowboy Romance series, and if you haven't already, please listen to or read the first two books in this series. They are Rustling the Cowboy's Heart and Lassoing the Cowboy's Heart. And kick back and enjoy this listening experience, and I will see you on the other side.
Trusting the Cowboy's Heart, Ritchie Ranch Clean Cowboy Romance Series, Book 3, by Ellie Hall, copyright 2020. Narrated by Lorana Hoops, audio copyright 2022. Chapter 1. Adeline. There were 3 things anyone who met Adeline Cole needed to know about her. 1, she didn't suffer fools. 2, she was feisty. 3, she was not looking for love. Instead, she was looking for a horse. Adeline was an equine-assisted therapist. She'd started her practice at a barn in South Dakota. There, her mentor Rosalind said Adeline was so successful with clients, her talents were wasted on that little corner of the country. So she'd set out, traveling all over the world, training others in her methods, and helping countless people develop emotional awareness, and assisted in their healing from various emotional challenges, traumas, and anxiety. Sadly, Rosalind passed away over the summer, prompting Adeline to think more deeply about her direction in life. She dreamed of having her own barn someday, but not in Smuggler's Springs, Texas. It was her hometown. After a layover in Georgia, as the airplane flew west, she was about as excited about going back there as getting poked by a sharp object. She'd know, too. A ranch in Smuggler's Springs was at risk of being bought out by the state or some such. The town pipeline, aka the rumor mill, managed to reach her in the northeast kingdom of Vermont, where she'd been working most recently. The stable there was in need of another horse to add to their therapy center, and word was the ranch in Texas had the perfect animal. She longed to have her own barn someday, a place for helping people heal from the past, as well as develop relationships with horses as a form of proactive mental health management. Adeline liked to think of the work to take care of an animal of that sort, riding, and the relationship formed as part of a toolkit that people, especially youth, could have for when life got challenging. Because it would. She knew that well enough, too. Adeline had learned that lesson and taught what she knew. Seated in first class, she reviewed her recent client notes and logged some information on her laptop. One of the young women she'd been working with for months had recently had a breakthrough. A trend she'd noticed over the years was after someone progressed in their healing, taking 2 steps forward, they'd often take a step back. It was almost as if they feared breaking out of the familiarity of their pain. She prepared a plan for Josie to recognize it should it happen. Adeline was all about keeping between the rails. She caught up on emails, referencing the one about the horse at the ranch. She knew how to drive a bargain. Not that she'd pay less than the horse was worth, but if the ranch was at risk, it wouldn't be hard to cajole the owner into letting the animal go. Piedmont Pines in Vermont was a beautiful stable, and the horse would be well cared for until Adeline had her own stable. The flight attendant appeared. "Can I offer you a beverage?" "Yes, just water, please," Adeline replied. "Are you going home for the holidays?" asked the woman, wearing the dark blue uniform with a little red scarf tied neatly around her neck. "No." The word landed like the ice in the glass. "Oh." The attendant cleared her throat as though not expecting such a blunt answer. She and Adeline shared the hint of the same Texas accent, which was probably why she'd asked. "I was going to say it's a good thing you're traveling early. The weeks leading up to Thanksgiving and the day before get intense. I'm always grateful when it's over." The attendant passed the beverage. Adeline offered a sympathetic smile. "I am going back to where I grew up." She took a deep breath. "And I'll be grateful when it's over." She wasn't going home. Smuggler's Springs didn't fit that description. Actually, she had nothing against the town. Rather, a certain house with trim window boxes and a red door was the subject of her dread. Home was a place she had given up looking for, and spending time with her family was something she'd given up doing. For one thing, her ex would likely be at her parents' house. She was sure her mother had a thing for him. Weird and gross, but Karen Cole adored Lance Suborn more than she cared for her children and their father. At least it seemed. For another, Adeline wanted nothing to do with her brother. He was smarmy and about as honest as a counterfeit bill. She wasn't staying at her childhood home either. She'd left as soon as she could and went to an all-girls boarding school, meaning she hadn't dated much, and when she did, it had been a disaster. But Lance, the guy her mother tried to set her up with, was worse. From down the aisle, the flight attendant's cheerful voice echoed, asking another passenger if they'd like a beverage. The reply was the same as hers had been. Same request, just water. Same accent. The hint of a Central Texas drawl. The only difference was his voice was lower, deeper, rich and velvety like the blanket of night beyond the plane's windows. She took a big sip of the cold water. She didn't twist around in her seat to peek at him, but couldn't help overhear the polite conversation. Like with Adeline, the attendant asked him about his travels.
"Yeah, going home. Finally. It's been a while."
The way he said the word home suggested deep roots and relief. "Well, thank you for your service to our country. How long before you have to leave again?" the attendant asked.
"That's mighty kind of you, ma'am. I'm officially retired, Navy SEAL. So to answer your question how long until I leave again, never."
Adeline's job required her to gather information, put pieces of a story together, and assess the base cause of a problem. Her mentor, Rosalind, said it was an occupational hazard and had to be careful because she'd likely find herself analyzing people all the time. Friends, family, and strangers. Rosalind wasn't wrong. The guy with the irresistible drawl was military, retired, going home, and never wanted to leave again. Adeline couldn't fathom such a thing. Where was that mystical, magical place? And who was the guy with the voice that stuck in her head? The words, mighty kind, repeated and repeated. Mighty kind. "So, where do you call home?" the flight attendant asked him.
"Home is the..."
The guy started to reply, but a message from the pilot interrupted him. They were going to hit some turbulence as they approached a storm. Adeline wasn't the kind of person to procrastinate. She drank the entire glass of water and had to use the bathroom. Otherwise, that turbulence was going to be especially unpleasant. But just like she wasn't going home for the holidays, she wouldn't use the lavatory behind her and risk seeing the guy with the deep voice. She didn't have time for silly fantasies. However, she had to use it because another passenger occupied the other bathroom. Adeline kept her gaze focused on the overhead bins as she walked along the aisle. She made it safely past and didn't spare the guy a glance. After washing her hands, the airplane shivered. Instead of taking a moment to freshen up and risk falling into the toilet if the turbulence got bad, she hurried back to her seat. As she made her way, the seatbelt alert dinged. At the same time, an air current jostled the plane and she lurched forward. Her hand landed on the arm of a man wearing a dark blue jacket heavily decorated with insignias, ribbons, medals, and other badges. It was the guy with the drawl, the one who said he'd retired. He was wearing dress blues. Mr. Navy SEAL's jawline was recently shaved and cut from marble. He had short-cropped hair in the military style. His eyes were smoky gray and held a depth that startled Adeline. His large hand closed over hers. His palm was cool, calloused, and strong enough to steady her. She quickly pulled her hand away.
"You all right, ma'am?" he asked. "Can I see you to your seat?"
She backed away and practically tipped tail over tea kettle into her chair. "No thanks, I'm okay." He smiled, revealing a slight dimple in his left cheek as though amused.
"I'm here if you need me. Turbulence can make people jittery."
Traveling as often as she did, Adeline had probably logged as many miles as the flight attendant. Nevertheless, Adeline buckled her seatbelt and cinched it tight. She closed her eyes and would keep them shut until the plane landed. The man was handsome enough to knot a woman's insides like a rope. Her stomach lurched and twisted. She told herself it was the turbulence. She told herself not to think about him. She told herself not to let his voice echo in her head. It wasn't the turbulence. She couldn't stop thinking about him for the next 30 minutes. To the words, "mighty fine" and "home," her stupid brain added, "I'm here if you need me." Nope, she didn't need anything. Certainly not Mr. Navy SEAL and his handsome face or his help. She didn't need a cowboy, and she definitely didn't need a man in the military. Or one that was retired, either. When Adeline was 13 and started to change from a girl to a young woman, they said she was a spitfire. Everyone also said she'd be trouble when she realized the power her beauty and wit could have over a man. But that was not to be. She was perpetually single. She dated. It never lasted. Then her mother barged in one summer day, literally into the barn where she was working in Louisiana, and fixed her up with Lance. Between the humidity and a stubborn Faroese horse named Gunther, it had already been a harrowing 3 months. But with Lance added to the mix, it turned into a nightmare. One she couldn't seem to get away from. Anytime she spoke to Karen, her mother, he'd come up in conversation. Whenever she was below the 40th parallel, he somehow got word and would ask to take her out to dinner. He had access to a private jet thanks to his fancy job in technology. Adeline had no doubt he'd be at Thanksgiving. For multiple reasons, she dreaded the occasion and hoped she'd be able to leave town before the holiday. She told herself it was okay that she was still single and in her late 30s. She had her work. It was her passion. So it was all right that she let it consume her. The horses and clients took up her time and attention. She needed them as much as they needed her. When the plane finally landed, she hurried to the baggage carousel. After grabbing her suitcase, she bustled to the car rental counter, managing to be first in line. Within an hour, the lights of Austin faded behind her as she reached the city limits. The sun had long since set, and she didn't need the GPS to guide her to the familiar road leading to Smuggler's Springs. The November air was cool. After being on the flight, she cracked the car window, welcoming the slight breeze. The radio dial was tuned to a local station. A Cowboy's song played. She told herself not to sing along, having spent years distancing herself from the Treasure Hills and everything they represented, at least as far as her parents were concerned. Their interest lied in the accumulation of wealth and prestige, at any cost. She just wanted to help people, to help herself. The car's headlights beamed across an otherwise dark road. Alone with her thoughts, Adeline said a prayer. She asked for the visit to be smooth and without incident. For her to get in and out undetected. For her mother not to meddle and her father not to make her feel as small as a midge. As she pulled into Smuggler's Springs, tension tightened her muscles. She told herself to relax and did a breathing exercise she used with her clients. Passing Swan's Family Market, the 2-story brick buildings, and the diner, she pulled into the parking lot at the Treasure Hills Bed and Breakfast. The wide sidewalks lined with shade trees invited people to stroll through town. She hightailed it inside. Even though she drove a rental car, likely word would spread that she'd returned. If she'd left on good terms, she'd expect a welcoming committee. Instead, she expected stares and whispers that would travel across the noisy pipeline. She hadn't looked forward to returning to the small town, but after checking into the bed and breakfast with its floral wallpaper and lacy curtains, she immediately made a bath. Best to wash the day away and prepare for her covert mission to buy a horse and sneak as quietly out of town as she'd arrived. She knew it was a fool's hope. Typically, she didn't suffer fools. But it turned out she was one, because when she unzipped her suitcase, instead of her riding gear and regular clothing, bath products, and makeup, she'd grabbed a man's belongings, as evidenced by the tidy stack of t-shirts, and she didn't bother looking at the rest to confirm there'd been a luggage mix-up. Chapter 2. Clint. Clint Ritchie grew up with 3 values, summed up in 3 words: faith, family, farm. While serving in the Navy as a SEAL, he'd added country to that list. He was a proud soldier, or had been until the accident. He'd been stationed all over, but most recently Fort Benning. Now he was returning home. His cousin Camden met him in a minivan at the airport. They clapped each other on the back with a hug.
"Welcome home," Camden said. "I'm afraid I might not recognize my nieces and nephews, or my cousin in this,"
Clint said, gesturing to the minivan and wiping a few goldfish crackers from the front seat.
"Welcome to single dad life."
Camden's words echoed his original greeting, but with much less gusto.
"I take it things aren't easy without Bethany." "No, sir. Not unless you spell easy H-A-R-D. "Listen, I'm back. For good. Here to help with things at the ranch, and I have some overdue uncle duties to make up for." "They'd crush you, Clint," Camden said. "I'm a Navy SEAL. I think I can handle a couple of kids. There are 5.
The guys chuckled as the minivan sped down the state road. Clint rolled the window down, breathing in the crisp autumn air. He could almost smell the orchard, the hay, but not the barns. He'd stay away from them.
"Catch me up. What have I missed?" Clint asked. "Where do I start? You know about Uncle Clay, the will, and the wedding. Our man Duke is engaged to Hattie Swan. Remember her from the market?"
Clint scanned his memory, trying to place the name. Instead, all he found there was the woman from the airplane with hair the exact gold-red color and with the same volume as a lion's mane. But she was very much a lioness, with jade eyes, fair skin, and a feminine figure. He couldn't get her out of his head. Did he know her from somewhere? No, women had been rare in his life, especially since the accident, especially while in the Navy. She had a similar subtle accent to his, with the way he didn't quite enunciate the distinct letters and words, but instead ran them together. Night became not. The night was cool, welcoming the late autumn month, which was perfect for apples. The orchard was going to be his saving grace. Maybe that and Camden's kids. Clint knew it was too late for him to have a family of his own. Not that a woman would want a guy like him. He hadn't looked forward to returning home a failure, and with his tail between his... The thought stopped just as Camden came to the singular stoplight in town. Instead of the conclusion to that turn of phrase, which didn't really apply to his situation, the redhead appeared in Clint's mind again. Despite stumbling in the airplane's aisle, she seemed to be the kind of woman who had her feet solidly under her. Who knew where she came from and where she was going? Too bad they'd never see each other again. Time hadn't changed Smuggler's Springs much. In fact, it seemed to march right by the central Texas town, leaving things largely as Clint remembered them. Aside from the gas and go out by the state road, everything was the same. The veterinarian still had the chainsaw carving display of the animals they served out front. The light on the letter R was still dark on the diner's light-up sign. They'd grown up calling it Dines, even though it was officially named Lone Star Leon's Feed and Fare. A few of the shops, including the Tack and Tackle, his mother's gift shop, and McGuire's Shoes hadn't changed a bit. But Clint had. He was long overdue, but had to see through his time in the Navy. His health depended on it. Sometimes his mental health more than the physical difficulties he faced. There was order, fraternity, and duties to fill his days. Not to say he didn't get that back home, but it was different. Time was his own, and time had a way of reminding him of the past. Except right then, his thoughts filled with the redhead again.
So as I was saying, we're trying to figure out the meaning of this third map. Parker thinks it might lead to another. I've been busy with the kids, but helping when I can. Aunt Shawnee is an angel and had us over last week to carve pumpkins. My own 5 pumpkins had a blast and spent all day outside running around on the range, reminding me of when we were kids.
Camden laughed lightly.
Seems like ages ago, huh?
Pulled back into the present, Clint agreed.
Who's with them now? Aunt Shawnee. If I'm not mistaken, she just wants to figure out this darn mystery, so Parker and Amelia can shift their focus to having a family. And as soon as Duke gets back from his tour with the band, I reckon she'll be hounding him and Hattie to get hitched and do the same thing. Before I left, I got a save-the-date card for their wedding, Valentine's Day.
Camden snorted.
I probably did too, but it's likely under the heap of mail I can hardly keep up with.
The minivan pulled through the front gate of Ritchie Ranch. One of Clint's earliest memories was returning home from his first day of school. The bus stopped in front of the gate, which had been freshly painted and polished with its prominent letter R in the center of a horseshoe. Following the lead of his older cousins, about a dozen Ritchies got off at the stop, before the bus trundled on down the long dirt road to the next house, where Amelia Ames, now Amelia Ritchie, had grown up. Rarely a day passed when Rex Cole, a bully, didn't heckle and holler after them. No one ever yelled back. The Coles and Ritchies were enemies, rival families. Clint's father told him under no circumstances did he engage with the boy. If Rex threw a punch, he could fight back. Otherwise, he was to keep quiet and not pay him any mind. The rest of the Cole family didn't get too involved, and he could scarcely remember them. There were a few other kids, cousins and the like, but Rex and Roy, his father, were the most prominent and the least liked. But none of that mattered at the moment. The minivan's headlights swept over the orchard trees as Camden approached the log cabin on the property.
Glad you're back.
Camden put the vehicle in park.
I know the family needs me, and I won't turn my back on y'all again. You didn't turn your back on us. You served our country for 20 years. You're a hero.
Hardly, Clint muttered. If Camden heard him, he didn't acknowledge the comment.
Parker is always going on about some curse. With the potential pirate treasure in the mix, who knows? Amelia is leading the charge with Operation Rescue Ritchie Ranch. Hattie is the go-to when it comes to complex concepts. Duke donated a handsome sum to fix things up, especially after the town officials slapped us with code violations. As for me, I'm just taking it day by day, and the kids are providing comic relief of the goats ate my homework variety. Now that you're here, we'll have more muscle and more brains to figure this thing out. You put altogether too much trust in me, cousin, but thanks for the ride. I'll be over tomorrow with pizza, a board game, and make sure the kids know how to make a bed you can bounce a quarter off of. Good luck with that. I'm lucky they have clean sheets." "That bad?" Clint asked. "I can't remember the last time I saw the surface of the counter. Is it tile or granite? I don't know." They chuckled. Clint got out of the minivan and swallowed back his wince. He'd worked at a desk job for the last few years, but his physical therapist had modified his workstation for his needs. Even the comforts of first class on the airplane left him feeling stiff and achy. The minivan was worse. He waved to his cousin, and the headlights swept over the Jeep parked in the dirt driveway. A smile hitched on Clint's face. He'd much rather be out with his team, but being home was second best. No, he'd rather be on a horse above all, but that was never happening again. In the dark, he carefully picked his way across the driveway to the slate path that led to the log cabin. It was in slight disrepair, but he had the rest of his life to fix it up. The moon waned, but cast enough light that he took in the tree line of the orchard, the trail that ran the circumference of the Ritchie acreage, passing along the other side of the house and the creek. Over the years, the Ritchies had named the different parts of the property. They called the area by the creek and cabin the Bend. He and his grandfather used to fish in the creek just where it bent sharply, hence the name. Grandpa Everett said it had another part to the name, Barton's Bend, Bryce's Bend, something like that, but Clint couldn't remember. He stumped up the steps to the porch, opened the front door, and flicked on the light. Despite his efforts to cover everything, the place was dusty. He'd have his work cut out for him the next day, and he'd earn his slice of that pizza he planned to bring over to Camden's. His cowboy hat rested on the peg by the door, exactly where he'd left it. It was his last night in uniform before he traded in his dress blues for a t-shirt and denim. He sighed, dropping his suitcase by the door, then slouching against it. Without the structure of life enlisted, he felt slightly adrift. But he had a purpose. Along with Parker, Amelia, Hattie, Camden, and everyone else, he was going to help save the ranch, despite Rex's attempts to thwart them. That idiot Cole was no match for his expertise in strategy and tactics. If Rex wanted to start a war, Clint would win it. He gazed at the living room with the vaulted ceiling, the stone fireplace, and the spiral stairs supported by rough timbers to look like tree trunks. It wasn't much, but it was home. Clint had built it himself. He'd been obsessed with Lincoln logs as a kid. President Lincoln and American history, too. Loved rodeo as well, but that came to an unfortunate end. Now he was good for little more than a desk job. Served his country for 20 years. Time to serve his family. He just hoped they needed him and wouldn't discard him because of his injury. Yawning, he opened the suitcase to unpack and then hit the sack. Only the luggage wasn't his. It contained what his mother Ruth called delicates, and his father Joseph called unmentionables. Lots of lace and silk and... Clint slammed the top shut, zipped it up. He inspected the tag attached to the handle. Adeline Cole. The last name was common enough, but he knew it too. The name Adeline wasn't familiar, though. Smuggler's Springs was a small town, with the unfortunate reality of everyone knowing everyone else's business. But not hers, at least not that he could recall. Though anyone would realize who he was. The cowboy turned Navy SEAL turned failure. He'd endured special warfare prep, surf passage, and Bud/S training. Until about 5 years ago, he'd seen combat, been on special task forces, and DevGru until the accident. Aside from the SEAL's training, his mother had taught him manners. It was nearly midnight. He was exhausted. Likely Adeline Cole was too, if she'd also traveled at that late hour from Georgia. He'd call in the morning. After tending to his leg, Clint collapsed into bed and dreamed of the woman with the lion's mane. Up at dawn, he picked some apples, savoring the crisp, fresh tart flavor of a Granny Smith.
Then he started cleaning the cabin. Finally, at a respectable hour, he called the number on the luggage tag. No one answered. He left a message and then tried texting, explaining the luggage mix-up. His phone beeped immediately with a reply. "Thank goodness. I was afraid I wouldn't get my stuff back from the airline until after I left town. I'm in Smuggler's Springs, too."
"Can I meet you at the diner?"
he answered. His stomach rumbled. "Sure, thanks." She included a smiling emoji.
"I'll be in a Jeep."
"I'll be on foot. I'm staying across the street at the B&B." He wasn't quite ready to dive back into small-town life. Likely the pipeline, as his mother called it, was already gushing with speculation about his return. Would he ride again? No. Was he going to settle down? No. Was he going to save the ranch? Yes. He didn't have any rations at the cabin and was too hungry to go to the market, head back home, and cook. Dines it was. Stuffing his cowboy hat on his head, he snapped up his keys from the other peg. The sun was high overhead, so he took the doors and top off the Jeep, preferring to be in the open air. It started right up. A smile grew as he barreled along the dirt road, ignoring the way the ruts and bumps made him want to wince with pain. His leg was fully healed, and he was used to it, but random things seemed to cause what was left of his limb to ache. Sitting in cramped spaces, the weather, uneven roads. He was no snowflake and would take the pain like a seal. He parked in the lot beside the diner and got out, hefting the suitcase out of the back. A woman approached, towing an identical suitcase behind her. Clint had shipped his pack, equipment, and other possessions from 20 years in the military. They would likely arrive any day. Her long hair, the same color as a lion's mane, blew in the breeze. Her jade eyes widened as she neared him. From the doorway of the diner, someone called, "Addie?" Her head jerked like a rubber band, snapping from him to the man holding the door open. The coy smile she'd been wearing disappeared as she threw herself at Clint. She whispered, "Pretend to be my boyfriend." Chapter 3. Adeline. The guy in the parking lot holding Adeline's suitcase wore a cowboy hat. His lips quirked like he had a juicy secret. Then his dimple popped. She instantly knew who he was without being close enough to see his smoky gray eyes, and without him wearing a uniform. Instead, he wore a white t-shirt that hugged strong muscles, blue jeans, and dark brown boots. The stubble that had grown in since she'd seen him on the airplane made him look rough around the edges, but in an attractive way, and she'd hardly been able to get him out of her head since the night before. But Adeline had a rule: horses, yes; cowboys, no. She'd learned that hard lesson before Lance came along. She'd met Dylan the summer between high school and college. He was a rodeo star. He'd swept her off her feet and then knocked her on her tush, and worse. Once a cowboy roped a woman in, it was all over. They'd succumb, give in. Adeline almost lost herself once. Horses, or specifically a horse named Shadow, saved her. She wasn't willing to go through that again. Mr. Navy SEAL Cowboy's eyes danced as she approached. Then a voice she dreaded hearing called from the diner. Thinking quickly, or not thinking at all, and in a panic, she launched herself at Mr. Navy SEAL Cowboy and whispered, "Pretend to be my boyfriend." Too late, Adeline remembered that her cover story involved breaking up with said boyfriend. She whispered, "That's my ex, but pretend we're on the rocks." Glancing over her shoulder to where Lance approached, she yelled loud enough for him to hear, "I told you." Lowering her voice, she said, "What's your name? Never mind. Your name is Andrew." Clearing her throat, she said, "Andrew, I told you that it's the last time. We can't keep doing this. If you're really sorry, you'll prove it. You get one more chance."
Mr. Navy SEAL Cowboy squinted at her. A cleft formed between his eyebrows.
"Come on, keep up," she hissed. "Say, 'I promise it won't happen again.'"
His lips didn't move. She bit the inside of her cheek, flustered. Her plans for returning to Smuggler's Springs didn't involve losing her luggage. She looked a wreck and still wore the wrinkled clothing from the day before and hadn't brushed her teeth. No, she probably looked deranged, and that explained why Mr. Navy SEAL Cowboy didn't want to pretend to be her boyfriend. Or her ex-boyfriend. She was having a hard time remembering the story she'd made up to keep her mother at bay the last time the woman had attempted to force Adeline to rekindle things with Lance. He approached, calling, "Addie, Addie, what are you doing here?" As usual, Gel slicked back Lance's black hair. He wore khakis and a V-neck sweater over a button-down. He was the picture of groomed arrogance wrapped up in a well-educated elite package. The perfect guy for the daughter her parents wished they had. Instead, they got Adeline Marie, who loved horses and didn't care if she had a piece of hay in her hair. As Adeline wrapped her arms around Mr. Navy SEAL Cowboy's broad chest, in contrast to Lance, he was all rugged man. She breathed deep, getting a lungful of his masculine spiced cider and split wood scent. She was about 5 feet 4 inches to his 6 feet 4 inches. He stood a head taller at least. When he didn't return the embrace, and Lance was merely several steps away, she had to keep up the charade. She couldn't leave any room for anyone to think she'd fall into Lance's lanky arms again. Adeline lifted onto her toes and planted her lips on Mr. Navy SEAL Cowboy's mouth. Their lips sealed in a very unexpected kiss. Her eyes automatically closed, carrying with them the vision of the confusion that briefly softened to something else. Something that filled her with warmth, with hope, and made her knees go weak. It was like she was a balloon filling up, up, up. Then the air went out of it as Mr. Navy SEAL Cowboy's firm hands wrapped around her upper arms as he held her a measure away. Anger streaked across his features.
"You're waiting for me to apologize too, aren't you?"
she asked, keeping up the stupid charade she'd created.
"I'm sorry for my part. Like you've always said, defense is the first act of war, and it takes 2 people to engage in conflict. I'm sorry. Will you forgive me, Andrew?"
When he didn't say anything, she shoved him off and then slapped him across the face. If it was anger that streaked across his face before, what she saw then was murderous rage. While he didn't even falter as her palm connected to his cheek, she staggered back a step. "Hey, is everything okay, Addie?" Lance asked with concern. Though if Adeline knew him like she thought she did, she was certain the question had more to do with him not wanting to get involved in a lover's quarrel with the mountain of a man standing there with a stinging face. Not that she knew it was stinging. No, if his skin hurt, he didn't show it. But her hand stung like she'd stuck it in a hornet's nest.
"I told you to call me Adeline, and yes, everything is fine, Lance. This is just how it is when you're in love."
She fluttered her eyes at Mr. Navy SEAL Cowboy.
"We fight, we kiss, we make up."
She shrugged.
"You know what they say about redheads. We're a fiery bunch. Nice to see you again. We'll be going now."
With a flip of her hair, she looped her arm through Mr. Navy SEAL Cowboy's and started toward the diner. Lifting onto her toes like she was going to kiss him on the cheek, she whispered,
"You probably haven't had coffee or breakfast. At this point, I owe you both and an explanation."
He let out a long exhale. "Fine."
"Can we put our luggage in your Jeep for now?"
she asked. "Fine."
he repeated. She bit her lip, feeling in his debt. Coffee, breakfast, and pie for dessert. You look like the kind of guy who needs a lot of calories. He grunted.
3 squares a day is just fine, thank you very much.
You sure say fine a lot. In my line of work, it stands for fouled up, insecure, neurotic, and emotional. He cut her a glare as they entered the diner.
Someone wise once said that emotions aren't reality, rather a reflection of the heart.
Her therapist-analyst mind fired on, but Lance followed them, distracting her. Adeline feared her mother was inside and had been eating breakfast with Lance. Surprisingly, he sat down alone at a table. A cup of coffee waited for him. Mr. Navy SEAL Cowboy sauntered to a table in the back by the jukebox. He slid into the booth. Leaving Lance behind, Adeline joined him. "Clint, is that you? What brings you back home?" the server asked. A neon pink clip held her frosted blonde hair.
"Retired, ma'am."
"Care to introduce me to your missus?" the server asked. "Oh, we're not married," Adeline said quickly. Then, with a glance at Lance across the room, she added, "Yet." The server raised her eyebrows. She'd worked herself into a snarl, that was for sure. "I'm Adeline. We just traveled from Georgia, and then our luggage got mixed up. I'm starved, and it smells delicious in here." She beamed a smile. Not lies, not exactly. "Welcome. We love visitors. Let's see, what can I recommend? The biscuits and gravy are a favorite. We have a hash brown casserole, and if you're lucky, we might have a couple of slices of apple pie baked French toast casserole." She waggled her eyebrows. "I'll have that," Adeline said. "I have an iron stomach, but hold the syrup. Clint, now that you're back, will you be harvesting from the apple orchard? Leon would like to buy local."
"That's the plan. I'll stop in when it's slow and have a word with him. Biscuits and gravy,"
said Mr. Navy SEAL Cowboy, a.k.a. Clint. "You haven't changed a bit, Clint. Good seeing you. Coming right up." The server winked and left. "Clint," Adeline said, testing out his name in her mouth.
"Adeline," he said.
Thankfully, she'd left the nickname Addie behind when she'd went to college and became Adeline. In fact, the only people that called her that were her family, Lance and Dylan. After that, she went by Adeline, wanting to leave the past behind her.
"So what happened back there?"
he asked in his rich, velvety voice. "Do you mean why did I need to pretend you were my ex and we were making up?" It pained her to make such a good-looking guy look bad. Not that he was bad to look at. Not at all. He'd taken off his cowboy hat, and without the turbulence on the plane, she got a fresh look at his short, cropped hair, his full upper lip, and those gray, rainy day eyes. In the last phone conversation with her mother, she'd made him, a.k.a. Andrew, out to be a monster, when really it was Dylan, Lance, and Rex who she could do without. Yes, even her own brother. He was awful. Then she realized the reason Lance was probably around was because she'd told her mother she'd broken up with Andrew. She'd slipped up and said she was single. But did she then tell Karen they'd made up? That was the problem with lies. It was hard to keep them straight. She prayed for forgiveness. She also prayed to snap back to reality instead of staring dumbly at the guy across the table. The server brought their drinks. Adeline took a long sip, then said, "It's complicated, but my mother wants to marry Lance. I mean, she wants me to marry Lance, but that's only because she knew about Dylan. But let's not talk about him. I'd rather marry a horse. I'm kidding, but not a cowboy. I'm not kidding about that." Mr. Navy SEAL Cowboy sat poised with his mug of coffee halfway to his lips. Likely he hadn't understood a thing she'd just said. Adeline closed her eyes, calling upon a breathing technique. Something about that man had her words tied in knots. That was just it. He was a cowboy. Of course he'd had that kind of influence over her.
Start at the beginning.
His tone was all command. She let out her breath and lifted her gaze to his eyes. Eyes she couldn't tell a twisted story to. She had to lay it out straight. I had a tough, breakup just before college. Ever since, my mother has been trying to find me a new man, someone to take care of me. I don't want a man. She doesn't understand. Then she met Lance and convinced herself we're meant for each other. My father thinks of him as his son-in-law. Anyway, to avoid all of that, I've made up some...
Tall tales?
He asked, finally following along. She nodded. The problem is I can't remember our status.
Our status?
She wagged her finger between them. You being Andrew and me, Andrew and Adeline. Doesn't it have a nice ring to it? He's tall, strong, and handsome. So are...
My name is Clint.
Right, and you're a cowboy.
Retired SEAL.
So I heard. On the plane, I mean. I wasn't eavesdropping, promise. That ripple formed between his brow again.
I don't know what's fact or fiction, but I'm not interested in getting tangled up in this nonsense. I suggest you come clean with the truth, pray that you're forgiven for your trespasses, and try honesty for a change.
I assure you that I haven't told you a single fib.
Can we be sure of that?
Girl Scout promise. She held up 3 fingers and held his gaze. They'd gotten off on the wrong foot. I've given you a terrible first impression. Amusement flitted across his lips. There had been the kiss. Hopefully that wasn't awful. There's something about returning here that slammed me right back to being the emotionally immature girl I was when I'd left. If I'm not careful, I'm going to find myself crying behind the library before long.
You're from Smuggler Springs?
Went to boarding school when I was 13, but yeah, born and raised in these Treasure Hills. Before they had a chance to figure out their common ground, the sharp smell of men's cologne cut through the cinnamon syrup smell of breakfast foods.
Well, the princess returns. I see you found someone to replace Lance, and I hear you call him Andrew.
Rex wore his patent smug smirk. What a warm welcome, Adeline said flatly. Lance appeared at Rex's shoulder, and he thumbed the guy.
You know, Mom invited him for Thanksgiving.
I don't even get a hi, sis, how are you doing? Adeline asked. Rex repeated her words in a mocking tone. She ground her teeth. Smuggler's Springs hadn't changed, and neither had Rex.
Have you met her new boyfriend?
Lance asked, eyeing the cowboy gripping his coffee mug like he might crush the thing.
I thought we'd decided.
Before Mr. Navy SEAL Cowboy could finish, she kicked him under the table. Or maybe her boot landed on the metal pole holding up the table. Either way, he went quiet. If he was going to finish the sentence with, to come clean with the truth, not to Rex. No way.
Oh, I know well enough who he is.
Rex cut his eyes at Mr. Navy SEAL Cowboy.
A Ritchie. I can tell by the smell of desperation in the air, and the bend in his nose like it was broken. Looks like you hit 10 miles of bad road, Clint. Only I know you couldn't make it that far.
Clint's eyes flashed, and he drew the air out of the room. He looked like he could make it double that far while dragging Rex behind him.
Addie, I suggest you rethink bringing your new boyfriend to Thanksgiving.
Rex practically spat the word boyfriend. She exhaled roughly. I suggest you call me Adeline. Actually, it's not a suggestion, it's an order. And while you're at it, take your little puppet back to the table. Eat your breakfast or whatever it is trolls do and leave us alone. Rex glowered and muttered some unkind words about the Ritchie family under his breath. The one who digs a pit may fall into it, and the one who breaks through a wall may be bitten by a snake, Adeline said, quoting Ecclesiastes 10:8. Rex, what do you do when you fall in a pit? Don't dig. Stop digging. Toss out the shovel. In other words, don't make it worse. And shut up, she ground out. A nasty grin slithered across Rex's face.
But that's what I do.
He left them with a dark laugh. Clint's hand landed on the tabletop with a deep thud.
Your brother is Rex Cole?
And you're a Ritchie? She fired back.
Surely you saw on my luggage tag. Speaking of which, let's go get your suitcase and stop digging this hole deeper.
But what about breakfast? 3 square meals? She asked. I owe you that much, if not more, for dragging you into the drama. He harumphed as he got up from the table and staggered slightly. She made the connection of who he was just then, and she understood her brother's insult about him not being able to run 10 miles. You were the one in the military, and the one thrown from the... She parted her lips, about to say more, but the flint in Clint's eyes silenced her. Chapter 4. Clint. At his core, Clint was a simple man. Apart from his years with the SEALs, he spent his spare time in nature, with his family, and in prayer. Pretty straightforward. But the pretty girl with the jade eyes added a complication to his life. A big one. She'd kissed him. She'd told people they were together. And she was gorgeous. He didn't have time for the drama, but couldn't tear his gaze from her as she fussed with the napkin. But the look she gave when she realized who he was drew him to his feet. He didn't want pity. He didn't need people in town remembering his humiliation. Sarah, the server, appeared with 2 plates of piping hot grub. It looked good, too. Where are you going, Clint? I got your breakfast right here. He proffered a thin smile and lowered back down onto the vinyl seat. Adeline's shoulders dropped with relief. Thank you. He wasn't sure if she was speaking to him or Sarah. Clint dug right in, afraid that if he didn't put food in his mouth, he might say something dumb. Something he'd regret. Something like offering to go along with her nonsense, if only to get closer to the Coles and figure out their game. According to Parker, Rex had been behind the rash of vandalism at the ranch, along with Hattie's car, the fall fair, and the market. Not only that, but everyone suspected he had something to do with the state going after their land. Apart from the rage he felt at Rex for everything he'd done, Clint couldn't fathom Adeline being his sister. She was nothing like him. Then again, she had kissed him in the parking lot and wove some wild story about them being together and breaking up. Heck, he couldn't keep it all straight. When she'd kissed him, he couldn't help but want to kiss her back. Then a memory vividly slammed into his mind. The last time he'd laid his lips on a woman was the girl he was going to ask to marry him after the rodeo. The day he found her cheating. The day the horse threw him to the ground in front of the arena. The day he'd walked out on his life in Smuggler's Springs. He was not going to get lassoed by a woman again. Clint, I'm sorry about, He worked his jaw and nodded as he took another heaping bite of biscuits and gravy. Best to finish eating and pretend the events of the morning never happened. That was the plan. I know the Coles and Ritchies have always been rival families, especially after my grandfather let loose invasive mustard plants on your land, which caused your cattle to get sick years ago. Clint's fork dropped onto the plate.
So it was you?
She shook her head. Not me. I'd never do something like that. I wasn't even alive back then.
Well, I know that.
Then stop staring daggers. Clint blinked a few times, trying to soften his gaze. Family lore says that it was my grandfather Montgomery It's why my Nana won't speak. At least, I think so.
Life on the ranch was never the same after that. It was struggle after struggle. The Ritchie curse, he muttered.
But I've always thought there was more to the feud than that. Anyway, on behalf of the Cole family, I offer the Ritchies a formal apology.
You sure you're a Cole? He asked, not at all accustomed to any of them having anything nice to say to someone with the last name Ritchie.
Like I said, I left home for boarding school when I was 13. I rarely come back.
Why's that?
She let out a long breath. If you put up with me as your girlfriend for the next few days while I'm here, I'll tell you.
Clint laughed. I don't think so, sweetheart. She cocked her head.
Sweetheart? Okay, honey bunches. Or should I call you pumpkin pie?
A feistiness he didn't expect peppered her voice.
Listen, we're in hot water. My brother and Lance think we're together. You know how the pipeline in Smuggler Springs works. True or not, we're now guilty by association.
Guilty of what?
Conspiring together, being in a relationship. Take your pick, but word will spread. And as you said on the airplane, you never plan to leave, so...
Lies will spread. I'm only interested in the truth, Adeline.
Is that so? Then why did you leave town? Never look back?
She had him there. I'd argue we both have our reasons. Personal reasons. Reasons that I don't need to share with a veritable stranger, and from a rival family at that. She pursed those pretty full lips.
I'd hardly say we're strangers.
He told himself not to think about the brief kiss and how he wanted it to continue. Of the way her jade eyes glimmered, of the softness of her lips, of how he wanted to feel her hair between his fingers.
As I said, we are in hot water.
How so?
Once my mother hears we're dating from my brother, she'll tell my father. They'll wage World War III on your kin.
Haven't they already? He asked, ready to count off the busted tractor, the spray-painted barn, and the code violations, only to name a few.
I've heard things. I don't know what's true.
Adeline tossed her hair. Are you proposing we spy? He asked. She was using top-level tactics if that was the case. Clint had to admire her for it. She nodded slightly, as though not wanting to speak the words in case anyone was listening. Likely, half the diner already witnessed the interaction with her brother and the moment in the parking lot with Lance before that.
I'm proposing we go along with a fake relationship for a few days. See if we can find out anything to help your family. Then I'll be on my way. You never have to see me again.
There are so many reasons that's a no from me. If words had weight, Clint's came in at 100 pounds at least.
What if we could make amends between our families?
She asked, switching tactics from gathering information to exposing the Coles and their wrongdoing to uniting them. Why would she want to do either? Unlikely. Nothing and no one could get the Ritchies and Coles to bury the hatchet. Clint dragged his fork across his plate and savored the last bite of the biscuits and gravy. It was the only good thing to come out of that morning. That and the comment about the mustard plants. Clint got up and tossed a few bills on the table. Adeline hardly touched her meal. Too bad. It looked delicious. So did she. If circumstances were different, he'd let himself feel the attraction. But no way would he go along with something as preposterous as a fake relationship. I'll get your suitcase and leave it by the front door. You can tell the pipeline what you want. But this fake relationship never was and never will be.
You sure about that, Clint Andrew?
His brow furrowed. She pointed to his wallet.
I saw your middle name on your license. See? It's fate.
No such thing. I'm a man of faith.
I just mean it's meant to be.
He popped his hat on his head, gripped the brim, and nodded. Good morning, Adeline, and good luck.
Clint's gait had smoothed over the years as he adjusted to his prosthesis, but he was never able to shake the feeling that people were watching him walk through a room. He hated the thought of anyone taking pity on him. By the time Clint got back to the ranch, he was able to put the events of the morning behind him. Mostly. Adeline lingered there, but as soon as he immersed himself in life back home, he'd forget about her too. Just like he'd forgotten about Zoe, his high school sweetheart. Clint stopped by the main house where Parker and Amelia lived. She sat in a pool of papers, books, and maps. A pencil stuck out of the bun in her hair like a pin. Immersed in her work, she didn't even look up when he entered. "Parker is in the big barn," she said, jotting something down, then flipping through a book, cross-referencing something, then taking more notes. He didn't want to set foot in the place, but had to tell his cousin about the mustard plants. Clint stepped back outside and stood stuck in the driveway. It wasn't because he couldn't get his leg to work, but because he hadn't been in the saddle in a few years. He hadn't even been around horses. His heart ached for it, but his mind told him otherwise. While active in the seals, he put himself in danger every day. It wasn't that he was averse to risk. The accident changed everything. It was easier for him to compartmentalize, to keep the source of what ruined his life hidden away, behind pine boards and red paint. The horses were in the stable. He was outside. He wanted to keep it that way. A whistle sounded from the doorway and Parker waved. He held a black stallion named Mario by the lead.
"Hey, cousin, if Amelia ignored you, forgive her. She's close to a breakthrough with the land. We're up against the deadline at the end of the month. If we don't figure out what's going on, the ground we're standing on goes to auction."
Clint sauntered over, but halted 6 feet away from his cousin and the horse. Parker wore his father's cowboy hat. It had the distinct square front brick style versus the traditional cattleman hat on his head. It suited Parker. So did the ranch. They couldn't lose it.
"It's hard to believe the town mayor went along with it," Clint said. "When people live for their own gain instead of listening to a higher purpose, they can be bought. But can we buy our land?"
Parker's lips twisted.
"Between Uncle Hunter and Aunt Shawnee's retirement savings, Duke's contribution, and what little else we managed to scratch together, we don't even have half of what the state wants. I'll offer my pension. That's generous of you, Clint. The problem is, I can't stomach buying our own land. This property is ours, not the state's, not the Coles. Amelia is getting close to coming up with ironclad evidence that the oil that runs through this property does not interface with the state's reserves."
Parker shook his head.
"What we need to do is expose Rex. He's up to something. Speaking of the Coles, I had the strangest morning."
Clint went on to tell him about the luggage mix-up, Rex's visit to their table, and her claim it was her grandfather who killed their cattle all those years ago. He skipped the part about the kiss and the relationship lie.
"I can't say I remember Adeline Cole, but I do know Rex has a sister. Nice of her to come forward with that. I'm not tapped into the Smuggler's Springs pipeline, but I did hear her grandmother lives in the care home for old folks just outside Austin. Dry Bush something or other."
He shook his head like it was a shame the family sent her there when they were perfectly capable of having her live with them in their mansion-sized home.
"Adeline also seemed to think there was more to the story."
He shrugged.
"But I don't want to get tangled up with the Coles. Rex is already tightened the knots, cousin. Unfortunately, we're already tangled. I'll head over to the care home and see if I can visit Marie Cole. See what she has to say, and if we can add it to our case proving the Coles have something against us." "You're busy here. I can go,"
Clint offered. He had to get things fixed up around the log cabin, but that could wait. They had a deadline at the end of the month. Otherwise, they risked losing the ranch altogether.
"I won't say no to that. I've got my hands full. Jordan convinced me to take in some rescue horses." We have the room, but not the resources. Anyway, I have someone coming by with interest in buying one of the mares, plus I have to get over to the garage tomorrow. You know, my day job."
Under the brim of the cowboy hat, shadows lined Parker's eyes. He was tired, working too hard, worrying too much. Clint would pick up the slack. Just then, Amelia raced across the driveway waving a piece of paper. "I found something." Knox, Parker's Akita, bounded after her, barking. Mario whickered in greeting. Parker smoothed his hand down the horse's velvety muzzle.
"I knew you would,"
he said to his wife. She held the paper between them. "We all know you hold the deed to this land free and clear. I've traced it back to your great-grandfather Thomas. However, the town claims they have a document refuting that. Some kind of easement or other. There are a lot of loopholes in property law. Someone found one, falsified a document, and slid it into the online file. This paper is a printout of that." Clint skimmed the content, claiming a connection to the state's oil reserves.
"It's flimsy, especially since we knew we had oil for years, yet never drilled. Why would the state suddenly take an interest if it's actually ours?"
Amelia rolled her eyes. "Some condition that the landowner can occupy the land, but should the state ever want to claim the mineral rights, they have an easement, meaning they can just amble on over here, poke a hole in the ground, and drill."
Parker shook his head. "You'd think my father would have told me, or Uncle Hunter, Aunt Paula, someone would have known about it. Especially after my mother made everyone promise never to drill."
"Right," Amelia said. "Also, there's no original paper copy of this easement document. Sometimes papers are lost or damaged, but everything else in the entire history of the ranch holdings has a hard copy. It would be strange there was one doc lost, yet it happened to have a digital backup. The only problem is I'm not computer savvy enough to trace it, to figure out when it was added to the online file."
Parker's attention flashed to Clint. "You had a desk job for a while,"
he said carefully. What Clint did for the SEALs after his injury was strictly confidential. But he'd alluded to the fact that he wasn't merely doing data entry. Warfare had changed over the years, and finding and gathering digital intelligence helped modern teams do their jobs on the ground.
"Do you think you could look into it?"
Hope sparked in Parker's eyes. Clint had powered down his laptop and hoped not to open it again for a long time, if ever. He'd logged countless hours tracing enemies and exposing their crimes to help SEAL teams stop them, even if indirectly. Amelia gazed at him, too. The paper trembled in her hand slightly.
"Yeah, I can see if anything comes up,"
Clint said. He was only doing it to help the family. Otherwise, he wanted to close the door on the activity that kept him stationed behind a desk. Granted, he was exceptionally good at analyzing data and spotting anomalies, but it wasn't his first choice. If it weren't for his bum leg, he'd still be out there on a team, helping on the front lines. In the next few days, Clint delayed logging onto his laptop, just like he delayed visiting the care home where Marie Cole lived. Instead, he spent his time working on the ranch. He helped repair fences and roofs. He had his pension from the military and disability from his fall. But he wanted to do his part after being gone for so long. It was the least he could do. He wanted to do more. But the physicality of it all felt good. He started to feel more like himself, even if he couldn't bear to go to the barn. Early Sunday morning, before church, Parker shot him a message, asking about Marie Cole and the cattle. He'd been putting it off too long. Finally, he got in his Jeep and drove to the state road leading to the care home outside Austin. When the electric door whooshed open, a familiar voice echoed, belonging to a woman with red hair. She stood at the front desk, bellowing with outrage. It was more drama by the looks of it. Clint shrunk back. Now probably wasn't the best time, but he gleaned enough to get a measure of the value the Coles, and in contrast, Adeline put on family. Chapter 5. Adeline. Adeline fumed. Early in the week, she'd avoided her family, even in the wake of her on-again, off-again fake boyfriend. Rex hadn't reared his ugly head again. A much more handsome head hadn't shown his face in town either. She'd met with the owner of the horse she'd gone to Smuggler's Springs to buy, but a particular request on his behalf prompted a great internal debate. She wasn't due back in Vermont until December, and even then, the work could be done remotely. What kept her stuck in the Treasure Hills longer than she'd have liked was she couldn't find her grandmother. It wasn't that the woman had wandered off. It wasn't that she'd gone into hiding. It wasn't that at the grand age of 88, she fell in love and eloped with some strapping young heartthrob. No, Adeline's parents had stuffed Marie Cole in a care home and wouldn't tell Adeline where. It took days and more than a few bribes along the Smuggler's Springs pipeline before she got a tip that the location was outside Austin. Adeline had been canvassing the area until she finally found the Dry Brush Ridge Care Home for the Elderly and Infirm. She stood at the front desk, demanding to see her grandmother. "I'm sorry, miss, you're not on the authorized list of visitors," the woman, wearing neon pink reading glasses, said after consulting a file. "I'm Adeline Cole. My grandmother is Marie Cole." She flashed her driver's license. "Can't you just ask her for yourself who she wants to visit? Is this a care home or a prison?" "I understand, but her healthcare representative put together a list of authorized visitors." "And they didn't include their daughter?" She held her head in her hands, unsure whether to spit fire in her rage or douse her sadness with tears. Why had her parents done that? "I just want to take her to church. She's hardly missed a service in her life." "Our residents can watch a live stream." The woman behind the desk wore a name tag that said Nancy. "I'm sorry, miss. Without their permission, I cannot let you in." Adeline drew a deep breath. "Listen, Nancy, can you at least tell me if she's okay? Is she sick? Does she have Alzheimer's? Has she—" From a long carpeted hall, a frail figure walked toward the front desk. "No, she's fit as a fiddle, but don't repeat that. I'm not allowed to." Nancy followed Adeline's gaze to the person behind her. Marie Cole looked smaller, and her hair was whiter than ever, but she walked with her chin lifted. She wore a navy blue sweater and cream-colored slacks. With bright eyes focused on Adeline, she paused at the little half door that separated the entry from the rest of the facility. Adeline wanted to jump the barrier and give her grandmother a hug and get one in return. "Technically, she can come and go as she pleases, but I can't let you in." Nancy pressed a button. The door buzzed and Marie marched through. Adeline wrapped her arms around her grandmother. The tears flowed freely from her eyes as she gripped as tightly as she dared. Marie was Adeline's anchor in a family where personal gain came before faith, before each other, before anything. It was no secret her parents were social and economic climbers, but the higher they got, the farther away they seemed from what was truly important. Marie didn't speak a word, but wiped Adeline's eyes, took her hand, and the pair walked out of the building. Adeline glanced at Nancy over her shoulder. "I'll have her back after lunch." Relief and joy replaced her anger and frustration. As they buckled into the rental Adeline had, a Jeep sped out of the lot, bringing to mind Clint. Before she started the car, she asked, "Nana, how have you been?" Marie tilted her head from side to side. Could be better, could be worse. The older woman nodded. Did my parents put you in there? Never mind. I know they did, but why? Oh, wait, because they're heartless. If I had a house, you could come live with me, but I'm still on the road, traveling from barn to barn. She let out a breath. Adeline had hardly enjoyed her time back in Smuggler's Springs, but hated the idea of Nana being hidden away at an old folks' home. Let's see, Vermont is beautiful except the winters are long. Would you believe there were still patches of snow on the ground in June? I spent some time in Tennessee. I bet you'd like it there. Or... She stopped herself when her grandmother patted her hand. Over the years, they'd developed a way of communicating through body language. The rest of the family just ignored Marie. No one knew exactly why she'd suddenly decided to stop talking over 20 years ago. She hummed occasionally, so it wasn't a medical issue. Adeline knew that even before her parents took Nana all over the state to specialists. She simply didn't want to speak. Adeline respected that. Marie Cole was a good, faithful person and not inclined to be involved with Roy Cole, her son's questionable business dealings, and Karen's social status obsession. Sometimes Adeline was convinced she'd been born into the wrong family. In her grandmother's continued silence, they watched the hills roll by, lined with vibrant red maple trees, copper cypress, and crowns of golden chinquapin oak, interspersed with the occasional elm. As they neared town, Adeline picked up her end of the conversation, telling Nana everything that happened since her arrival. When they stopped in the parking lot of the church, Nana wore a smirk on her lips. No, Nana, it was a fake boyfriend. A story to get my mother off my back. She's still obsessed with Lance Suborn. Remember him? He was a technology guy, some kind of computer systems analyst or something fancy out in Silicon Valley. Lord knows where my mother found him or why. Don't even get me started on Rex. He's making a big fuss about Abbott Ames's election and hoping to take his place as a partner at the law firm. Even though he's my brother, I don't like him. Don't trust him. Nana's smirk deepened. Adeline sighed. You're stuck thinking about Mr. Navy SEAL Cowboy, huh? You know how I feel about cowboys, especially ones that used to ride rodeo. Nope, Clint made it clear he's not interested in being my fake boyfriend, so we're going to let that one go. That was her final word on it. In the time since the drama in the parking lot, she'd scolded herself more than once about how ridiculous the situation had been. She shouldn't have panicked. Shouldn't have kissed him, not only because it was indecent, but because she couldn't stop thinking of the feel of Clint's mouth against hers. They got out of the car and went into the church. Old friends greeted Marie and Adeline alike, as if they'd returned from the dead. Adeline was sure to let everyone know what her parents did and encourage them to visit Nana at Dry Brush Ridge. Adeline was replying to Vivian Deckel about her offer to do a monthly jigsaw puzzle with her Nana when Adeline's mouth went dry and her pulse stalled. The first time she saw Clint Ritchie, he wore a heavily decorated navy blue uniform. The second time, he was in jeans, a white t-shirt, and a cowboy hat. The third time, standing there in the entrance of the church, he looked dapper in a tailored charcoal gray suit with a button-down minus a tie. He had perfect teeth, a perfect smile. The Ritchie nose. It was perfectly imperfect. The little bend, like it had been broken, gave him character. Her insides wobbled and jiggled. She went weak in the knees. If it weren't for her iron stomach, there'd have been butterflies in there too. She lowered onto the wooden bench and gripped her Nana's hand. "Please do not lead me falsely," she whispered to the Lord. Nana craned her neck. When she faced forward again, the smirk had returned. "Do not get any ideas, Nana." But that was the end of it, because the pastor appeared and the service began. Adeline put her full attention on the readings and the gospel. She didn't let her attention wander over to the handsome man who hadn't shaved in the week since she'd seen him. The thick stubble verged toward a beard and hid his dimple. Not that he'd smile if he saw her anyway. Okay, fine. She was in church. She had to be honest. Her attention wandered over to him long enough for her to wonder why he'd captured her interest. But that was a question she wasn't going to let herself answer. After the service, Adeline and Marie walked over to the coffee shop for a cinnamon roll. It was their ritual back when Adeline still lived in town. She stopped abruptly on the wide sidewalk. Before they got inside, Clint approached, dressed in that fine-looking suit. He also wore his cowboy hat. She tried to get Nana to go inside, but the smirk lifted again and she waved at him.
"Good morning, ladies," he said in his velvety drawl.
"Hi, Mr. Navy. Clint," Adeline caught herself.
"I tried to catch up with you after the service, but you skedaddled."
Adeline pitched an eyebrow. "We have an appointment with a cinnamon roll." He gazed at her grandmother like he wanted to say something or was waiting for Adeline to get her head out of the clouds and use her manners. "This is my Nana, Marie Cole. Nana, meet Clint Ritchie." Marie held out her thin hand for him to shake. Afterward, he cleared his throat.
"I was going to invite y'all up to the ranch for brunch. Family tradition."
"And what would you want with a pair of Coles?" Adeline asked pointedly, suspicious since he'd made it clear the rivalry was still strong, even though she had nothing to do with it.
"Extending an olive branch. Plus, we have a few questions about the wild mustard."
"Good luck with that. Nana hasn't uttered a word in 20-something years. Not since my grandfather."
"Brunch at Ritchie Ranch?" an oily voice asked. "Legendary meals, I hear. Wouldn't know, never been invited. Though you'll want to watch out for food poisoning, especially if mustard is on the menu."
Rex emerged from the coffee shop with Lance in tow. Adeline scowled at her brother. Nana's expression was unreadable. Roy and Karen Cole also exited the coffee shop. Roy's eyes widened to the size of saucers.
"Mother? What are you doing out?"
Then, as though realizing that sounded like he'd locked her up, he said,
"It's too cold for you out here. You're hardly wearing a jacket."
Nana frowned, and her gaze sharpened. "Hello, Dad. This looks like a regular family reunion." The word family dripped with sarcasm. Adeline's anger at her parents for sending her grandmother to a care home when she was still healthy and the only care she required was from her family ignited her fury anew. Aside from Roy hardly acknowledging Marie, the others didn't even greet her.
"I'd say it's perfect. Mom, Dad, have you met Addie's new beau?"
Rex clapped Clint on the back. The man who towered over her brother made fists, and his jaw ticked. One punch would flatten Rex.
"Recognize that scowl? The cheap thread in his suit, the dirt under his nails? If you guessed Ritchie, you'd be right."
Rex really had no idea when to close his mouth. It was going to get him in trouble one day. But it seemed he'd figured out he could stave that trouble off with money. He was always such a brute, the town bully. But this was mental antagonism rather than the physical kind. Adeline had reckoned with her own sense of entitlement born out of her early life. Multiple things brought her to working with horses in a therapeutic setting, in addition to her inborn talents. She had a gift, but she also had a need. The animals humbled her. It was then that she knew healing could happen. although not all the fieriness had been ridden out of her. "No, Adeline didn't mention Andrew was in town." Karen smiled thinly.
"Oh, he goes by Andrew?" Rex asked. "I thought it was Clint. These stories don't seem to line up, Addie." "My middle name is Andrew," Clint said, "and your sister prefers to go by Adeline. I suggest you respect her wishes."
Karen's nose wrinkled like she was confused, but brightened her smile. "I didn't realize you'd patched things up. In that case, you'll have to join us for Thanksgiving, Andrew."
"You can call me Clint, and I appreciate the invitation."
Nana smiled. "Lance will be there, of course, and you can come too, Marie," Karen said. "But I see you still aren't talking. Shame." Karen sighed as if the situation really pained her shriveled little heart. Adeline didn't bother hiding her eye roll. There was no operating manual for family life, but Karen was ridiculous. She never got along with her mother-in-law, but if the whispering Adeline had overheard was true, Roy had lost their retirement savings in a bad deal. That meant they relied on inheriting Nana's fortune, which was sizable. It wasn't any of Adeline's business, but she hoped Nana updated her will after they cast her off to Dry Brush Ridge. Not that living with her son and daughter-in-law would have been much better. Clint dipped the edge of his cowboy hat and started to back away. After the incident in the parking lot, the conversation with Rex at the diner, and now this, likely he wanted to run for the hills and away from the Cole family drama. She didn't blame him, except she'd run clear past the hills and out of the state. Marie Cole lifted her chin, gave a curt nod, and held out her elbow for Clint to take. Apparently, Nana was taking him up on the brunch offer. Even though Marie hadn't said a word, if that didn't give Roy and Karen Cole a clear message that she wasn't pleased, Adeline didn't know what would. Adeline caught up, took up Nana's other arm, and continued down the sidewalk. Chapter 6. Clint. When Clint arrived at Dry Brush Ridge Care Home early that morning, he'd witnessed enough of Adeline's frustration to glean that wasn't the moment to stop in and ask about the mustard plants. He didn't quite understand what was going on in the Cole family, but the scene in front of the coffee shop helped him put the pieces together. Roy and Karen put Marie in a care home like a stray animal. The Ritchies took care of their own, whether animal or human, until the last breath and then some. Marie seemed healthy enough as she strode proudly, if not a little stooped, by his side. On the other hand, Adeline looked pale and distracted. Marie stopped abruptly, cast her granddaughter a look of concern, and dragged them back toward the coffee shop. Adeline staggered slightly as they entered. Marie deposited her in a cushy chair by the window, then went to the counter. Clint lowered in the chair opposite. "Is everything okay?" Adeline blinked a few times. "Yeah, sorry, I got a little lightheaded." Faster than he thought possible, Marie returned with a cinnamon roll the size of Clint's fist, along with a child's juice box of apple juice. Adeline sipped it down and then took a piece of the cinnamon roll. Marie leaned in, carefully watching her granddaughter. "I'm fine now, Nana. Thank you." Marie patted her hand and then leaned back in the chair. Clint let out a breath. It was now or never.
"Mrs. Cole, Adeline mentioned something about your late husband and the mustard plants poisoning our cattle."
Marie nodded in confirmation.
"Is there anything else you can tell me?"
he asked. She remained quiet. "Nana hasn't spoken since Granddad passed." Adeline's voice was slightly weak.
"You sure you're okay?"
She nodded. "We'll have to take a rain check on brunch, though. I should go back to the hotel soon. Please don't let us keep you, Clint.
Of course.
But he didn't get up to leave. He wanted to be sure Adeline was okay. Nana, I'll take you back to the care center in a little while. Adeline drew a long breath. Marie shook her head. Her eyes catted between Adeline and Clint, like she was trying to tell them something. He met Adeline's jade eyes. They were breathtaking, bright, like sunshine reflecting off jewels. They carried emotional currents, depths, and beauty. Marie took Clint's hand in hers, and then Adeline's. She brought them together in a neat stack, held their gazes, and then nodded. Nana, what are you saying? Adeline asked. The older woman simply nodded. In a low voice, Adeline said, Nana, I told you it was fake. He's not actually Andrew. In fact, Andrew doesn't exist. You know how my mother is. Marie wore a smirk and then raised her eyebrows suggestively before drawing a heart in the air with her finger. Nana, remember, I told you I'd made up the fake boyfriend story. I asked Clint to play the role. It was silly. Her voice bordered on pleading. Clint worried maybe Marie didn't have both oars in the water. Surely she saw the farce for what it was. Marie squeezed their still joined hands. His mind told him to pull away, but he didn't move a muscle. Her hand fit inside his and was a warm, welcome weight. Adeline's met his gaze and tilted her head slightly. Clint, I apologize for dragging you into that drama. It's weird, but it's like when I come back here, I fall back into old, protective, defensive habits. I've grown a lot since leaving. I'm an adult and will come clean to my family about us, and that there is no Andrew and no boyfriend.
Apology accepted. That's mighty big of you, Adeline.
Good. The fake dating thing was off the table. Not that he would go along with it anyway. But something felt, well, it just felt. He couldn't identify how it felt. He'd shackled his emotions, hid them away. In the Navy, he'd been taught that emotions weren't reality. He couldn't get emotional during enemy fire. But someone wise had also once told him that feelings revealed the condition of the heart. It had been a long time since he'd paid attention to his. Clint's gaze drifted to Adeline's hand in his. The reality of her soft palm pressing against his, her warm skin, and delicate hand suddenly made the collar of his shirt too tight and his heart knock against his ribs. Adeline's throat bobbed when she swallowed, as though she realized the same thing at the same time. Sensation traveled up his arm, to his shoulder, and landed in his chest. He sipped in a breath. Adeline exhaled long. Marie smirked, took a length of the cinnamon roll, and leaned back in her chair like her job was done. And like her, they remained quiet. For Clint, it was because thoughts formed around the feeling transmitted from Adeline's eyes, her lips, and her hand cupped inside his. It was attraction. It was longing. It was a desire he hadn't felt in so long he'd all but forgot how to identify it. Olive branch or not, he wasn't looking for a woman. A woman wouldn't be looking at him and liking what she saw. On top of that, there was no way he could trust a Cole. The barn where Clint stashed his emotions was full, almost to overflowing. But he stuffed the fake relationship that fizzled, and the forbidden love that would never happen in there with the rest of the junk. Tearing his hand from Adeline's, he got up abruptly.
Sorry, ladies. The others are probably wondering why I'm not at brunch. Nice meeting you, Mrs. Cole. Adeline.
He tipped his hat. Clint hurried from the coffee shop. Instead of a long stride down the sidewalk, he limped along, feeling like he'd left something behind. Or someone. Midweek, high noon, low energy. Clint gazed longingly at the stable. He'd spent the morning with Camden's kids and had become known as Uncle Pizza. He'd never had kids, but didn't think their dad would be pleased if he brought a cheese and pepperoni pie over for breakfast. But that wasn't what drained him. Neither was his leg, even though it ached a little more than usual. Parker was working at the garage. Jameson was out on the trails, inspecting the fence and patrolling, which they'd taken to doing daily. However, Clint didn't go on horseback like the others. Instead, he took the ATV. Harrison, another cousin, had left the ranch for New York, which was disappointing. The ranch hands, Kyle, Jordan, and Brett, were with the cattle. Uncle Hunter helped Aunt Shawnee in the garden. Of course, Duke was on tour with his band. A long sigh escaped. Clint was dragging his feet, so to speak, because Parker, now the head of the second generation of the Ritchie clan, hooked Clint up with a horse shrink, which was the non-fancy way of saying equine-assisted therapy. It was true that Clint was out of touch with his feelings and suffered PTSD, but he'd gone to therapy sessions while still on base. A few of the guys were in a group and suggested he join too. It was fine. He was fine. Then something Parker said tracked back to him. A few days previous, his cousin had said, "I haven't seen you on the trails, Clint." Parker must have set him up with a horse therapist because he pitied his cousin. There was one emotion he was familiar with: anger. It rose inside like flames licking the sky. Sparks may as well have been flying off him as he glared at the barn. He turned, ready to stalk away, when someone called to him in a firm yet feminine voice. It was a voice he heard in soft whispers when he went to sleep. "Hey there, Cowboy. Where are you going?" Adeline leaned on the barn door frame with her arms folded in front of her chest, and one boot casually angled across the other. He scrubbed his hand down his face. It had to be a joke. The equine-assisted therapist Parker hired was Adeline? Clint wasn't the type of guy to back out of anything, but he faltered. Chapter 7. Adeline. Adeline spent more time than she'd like to admit thinking about the smoky gray eyes staring at her from across the lot at Ritchie Ranch. Clint had kind eyes, but also sharp, like he didn't trust easily. She didn't either, especially not her brother. When she'd finally arranged to meet up with the owner of the horse she wanted to buy, she'd followed the GPS directions right up to the Ritchie property. There was a moment's hesitation before she'd crossed through the gates, but if they had Shadow, the horse she hoped they did, it would have been well worth any awkwardness. When she'd pulled up, Parker was as shocked as she was. As soon as they'd got past that, he'd divulged the things her brother had done to vandalize the property and harass the family. Amelia backed her husband up, along with Hattie from Swan's Family Market. Adeline didn't apologize for her family, but she'd explained as best she could about how selfishness drove their motivations. For her brother's part, Rex was vile. She didn't trust him, not as far as she could throw him, which wasn't far at all. That made her want to help the Ritchies however she could, including when Parker asked if she'd offer her services to his cousin. It didn't take her long to figure out which cousin he meant. It did take her a while to say yes, but she couldn't say no. Not because she wanted to know Clint's business, but because she couldn't get him out of her mind. Not his slight limp, not the sadness hidden away behind his smoky gray eyes, and not the potential she saw in the mountain of a man. If he healed from whatever held him captive, he'd be indomitable. And as far as she could tell, the Ritchie family needed that kind of strength. "Welcome to the first day of the rest of your life," she said, like she did to everyone she worked with. Even though she approached each client differently depending on their needs, their wounds, and their temperament, her program would be the beginning of something new. Freedom from pain.
What's that supposed to mean? My life is just fine.
Clint's tone was coarse like boots on gravel. Fine? She asked with a hint in her voice to their previous conversation. The greeting about it being the first day of the rest of a client's life provoked thought. It planted a seed. Often, the people she saw had already tried traditional therapy modalities. It wasn't that they weren't effective. She'd worked in that capacity for several years, as well as being on the receiving end. It wasn't until she'd found equine-assisted therapy that something clicked. Something changed. It truly had been the first day of the rest of her life when she found freedom from the emotions that locked her in patterns, in misery, in doubt, and pain. It still cropped up from time to time, but she now had tools. And the best and most effective ones lived, breathed, and had hooves. It was her life's mission to share them and help others heal. If only it worked on her grandmother, but that was another story. One she forced herself not to think about, especially the part about how Nana had fit Adeline's hand inside Clint's. How his touch had sparked something within, warmed it through, burned bright in his presence. But now wasn't the time. She had work to do. Adeline breathed in the scent of hay and manure and animal. There was something primal about it, something daring, something that tapped into a deeper part of her being that went beyond the trivialities of daily life and into what mattered, what was true. She glanced over her shoulder at Clint, who remained in the doorway of the barn. Quickly realizing the reason he hadn't crossed the threshold likely had to do with his rodeo accident, she wiped the smile off her face. It was easy enough for her to see that the thing he believed hurt him was also the thing that she knew would heal him. Even so, he might be her hardest client yet. She returned to her post in the doorframe and resumed her casual posture. No need to drag him into the barn before he was ready. I'll go first. Equine-assisted therapy provides emotional awareness and support. It helps clients build confidence and trust, she started.
I'm plenty confident.
I can see that. Without meaning to, admiration filled her tone. It was hard not to, with the way his t-shirt stretched over his burly biceps and hinted at his carved abs. The way he carried himself was with sheer command. But there's another kind of confidence that comes from emotional intelligence, knowing who we are underneath what we look like.
I know who I am.
Defiance filled his voice. Letting go of any tension, she stepped fully into her role as a therapist. Tell me more. Who are you?
Clint Ritchie. Navy SEAL, a man of faith, loyal to my family and friends, loyal to this ranch and my country.
Nice to meet you. I guess we can think of this as a do-over. You can see that I'm not quite as wacky as I first seemed. The twist and subtle snort that came from his nose suggested he disagreed. As I was saying about emotional awareness and the purpose of this kind of work, it's important to know who you are so that you align your actions and act with integrity in all situations. For instance, I know a woman who went home, was thrown off by the appearance of someone she didn't want in her life, and then acted out of character. It took her days to reconcile that and sort it out. Instead, she could have tapped immediately into how she felt at the moment. She could have responded instead of reacting harshly, Adeline said in one long breath, then inhaled deeply. It took a lot to admit that and process the shame. However, the one thing she felt no guilt about was kissing him. That had been more than fine with her.
I see, Clint said simply. In other words, emotional intelligence would require me to say something like, I don't think this service is necessary, but thank you for your concern, instead of storming off in a fit of rage.
Exactly. She inched slightly back and into the barn, hoping he'd follow the subtle cue and join her.
In that case, Clint started.
Adeline wasn't going to let him off that easy. Parker promised Shadow in return for her help with his cousin. Our time together will also involve grooming, feeding, leading, and riding. Taking care of horses requires work, and so does healing. In that way, they mirror each other.
I know how to do all that, Clint said, turning from the doorway.
Clint, she said, halting him, when was the last time you groomed or fed or—
It doesn't matter,
he snapped. If that were true, you'd be able to help your cousin in the barn.
I've been doing plenty around here.
If it didn't matter, you'd be able to— He stalked closer, bringing his cider and split wood scent with him.
Adeline, I don't want to be vulnerable. There are some things too painful to discuss, or that I don't need to be processed. It's fine the way it is.
She shifted approaches and nodded. I get that. I really do. She gazed around the barn at the shafts of light slicing through the planks, at the dust dancing in the air, and the patches of straw strewn on the ground. All year, I travel around and get to work in places like this. Well, some have indoor heating and plumbing. Others were built of stone long before I was born. I believe I have a gift to help people. Someday I'd like a barn of my own. Before I do that, I have to find a place I can call home. And even before that, I have to make peace with the place I originally called home. Do you see? It's a matter of peeling back the layers to get to the core.
So you're saying before I can be happy, I have to figure out the deeper meaning of myself?
Happy is a tall order for most people. I find it's better to aim for contentment.
I don't want to explore my deep emotional wounds.
All the more reason you should. Their gazes connected. Like the work she needed to do on herself, she was always learning more about people too. She understood something about Clint that was blocking him from being open to the therapy, aside from the part of actually getting on a horse. The thing about equine-assisted therapy is you don't have to say a word. He tilted his head as though with curiosity.
Like your Nana who doesn't speak? Or do you mean something else?
That's a special nut I can't quite crack. But I mean, you don't have to tell me your stuff. Sorry I didn't say that up front. Horses tune in with the emotional state of the rider. They then provide feedback without even needing to try. For instance, if a horse is being difficult, often that means the rider is too. Or they can have something like empathy, encouraging and reminding the rider to soften, open, and fall into sync with them, and thereby themselves.
You train horses to do this?
He asked skeptically. Not exactly. Some horses are just inclined this way. In this instance, I think the horse will help you to relax, open up, and surrender.
Sounds like a recipe to get thrown.
Shadow would never do that. You can trust her. He scoffed. It was completely unorthodox, but she extended her hand for him to take. You can trust me. The corners of his lips turned down, like he was doubtful, but he took her hand anyway. Immediate tingles flurried down her arm, through her body and into her knees, making her limbs weak. But now was not the time. She drew a breath, then slowly and confidently led Clint deeper into the barn. He gripped tight. The tension stretched between them, likely at the contact, but also at his proximity to the horses. Some clicked and whickered in their stalls. Others snuffled and chewed their hay. Adeline's heart leaped at the sight of Shadow. She was the original. Loving, brazen, the hot tamale, tender, gentle, wild, free. Shadow had saved Adeline along with the Lord. The Irish Draught had been one of the last horses in her family's barn. They'd used her for breeding to create Irish sport horses. Then, when Adeline went to college, they got rid of her. It took well over a decade to track her down, but Adeline had done so and vowed to make the remainder of the animal's life the best it could be. The Ritchies were good to Shadow, but she deserved the best. "There's my girl," Adeline cooed, stroking her muzzle. "Meet Clint. He's the cowboy I told you about."
"I'm no cowboy."
"Your hat says otherwise." He took it off with his free hand and raked his fingers through his hair. Adeline brought his other hand close to Shadow, but didn't force him to touch the animal. "When I was growing up, I always tried to be a shadow in my family. Better not to be seen or heard, but hard to do with this flame of red hair and my spunkiness." The slight smile Clint cast in her direction suggested he appreciated that about her. Adeline's cheeks warmed. "There's my father with his big, overbearing personality. My grandfather was the same. Then my mother, who strives for the impossibility of perfection. Let's not forget about my brother, a bully."
"What about your Nana?"
"She was like me until she went quiet."
"And why was that? Do you know?"
Clint asked delicately. "I've thought a lot about that. Once I asked her if it had to do with Granddad, since she stopped speaking the day he died. I was around 16. I'd overheard them talking and gathered there were some things she wanted him to tell the family before he passed away. Secrets? He refused. Took them to the grave. While she spoke, she drew their joined hands closer to the horse.
"I suppose she has her reasons, then."
"And the family fortune." Wearing her therapist hat, a thought surfaced. One she'd toyed with but never told anyone. Never explored. "My grandfather made a lot of money in oil. It went to Nana when he passed. I wonder if he feared we'd stop loving him if it weren't for his money. If we knew about his past, the mustard plants for one, I believe there were more skeletons in his closet, and my grandmother got it into her head that if he wasn't going to speak, she wouldn't either. In a way, maybe she's living out Granddad's fear. If it weren't for her money, the family wouldn't love her."
"Or testing whether they'll show her love no matter what she says, or in this case, doesn't say."
It seems like a stretch, but yeah, exactly. If you haven't noticed, the Cole women are complicated.
"I've noticed,"
he said in his deep drawl. Their interlaced hands were inches from Shadow's flank. Adeline held her breath, willed her heart to slow as she felt his thundering against his ribs, felt his breath catch, and the tension in him melt as they neared the animal, with the power to help the strongest of men heal. Chapter 8. Clint. Clint was caught between the moment with Adeline being a do-over, a way to move forward without hostility, the proximity of the gray mare, and anger at the entire situation. He didn't need coddling or pity or healing. His leg was doing fine, thank you very much. He tore his hand away and huffed. The horse snuffled. Adeline bristled. He could almost see her shifting gears. Aside from his warfare training, he'd learned how to read people. She wasn't pleased with his little outburst in the form of him removing his hand. It had chilled him to do so, cut to the bone. So why had he? Because getting close cost too much. It would cost him the moment she turned tail. It would cost her when she discovered his shortcomings. "Clint, try to work with me. I'm not here to hurt you or—"
"I'm not afraid of being hurt."
Skepticism dipped her brow. "No? Then what are you afraid of?"
"You saw me in my uniform. I'm not afraid of anything."
He was a second away from storming off. "Spiders?" He frowned.
No, and not snakes, scorpions, or other creepy crawlies.
Creepy crawlies? She sniggered. Mice, rats, bears?
No, and not enemy terrorists, domestic terrorists, or tech terrorists.
She nodded. I see. What about horses?
He'd walked into that one.
You don't have to answer that, but you could show me.
Adeline's tone held a dare. Oh, she was good. So good. Too good. In the emptiness of his hesitation, she said,
Or not. You can maintain the status quo.
He gripped the back of his neck and gestured to Shadow. Adeline, one of these things threw me.
And before that?
Clint let out a long-held breath. Before that, they were my life, my joy, my love. He bit his lip. Long trail rides, short jaunts, jumping, running, meandering, brushing, washing, feeding, mucking, rodeo, fairs, shows. Horses were everything.
Then something happened.
Her voice was even, not a demand or an invitation, just a statement. I'd gone from saddle bronc riding to bareback. I'd moved out too soon, pushed too hard, was thrown. There was nothing more to say about it other than the humiliation and the devastation. Zoe cheated, he ended things, then there was the accident. Wouldn't have happened had he not been injured and weakened during that rodeo. Haven't been on a horse since.
Do you want to, though?
He shifted from foot to foot. Of course I do. Adeline's lips tipped toward a smile. Her eyes were bright, even in the dim corner of the stable. But she was calm, and it smoothed the tension in his shoulders slightly. You're different around horses, less fiery, he said.
You can ask anyone. My grandfather took the frame for his successful string of racing horses and then show horses, but Nana was the true original horse whisperer. Seemed to have skipped a generation and was passed on to me, a girl. Hard to make it in a man's world. My daddy wasn't too pleased about that, but my brother makes up for my lack of wickedness.
Clint chuckled. She was plenty wicked, stirring something akin to poison in his chest. She took a step closer to him. The tension returned, coursing through his veins.
Clint, one thing I know is that change is inevitable. Growth is optional. Do you want to grow? Because if you aren't growing, you know well enough how it works in nature.
Her gaze drifted to him, then to the hills beyond the barn doors that had given way to November weather. He followed. It was a season of letting go, like the trees shedding their leaves. Could he do it? Could he let go of the past? Clint's hand curled around Adeline's. He lifted it toward Shadow. They could do it together. His shoulders crept up toward his ears. His stomach clenched. But then he made contact with the soft, welcome warmth of the horse's flank. Adeline's hand shifted to press the top of his palm flat to the animal. The surge of adrenaline receded. Comfort, like a warm bath, like baptism, flooded in. It was relief, a homecoming after a long journey through the desert. Mist clouded his vision. Exalted, he could hug the beast. He could hug Adeline. He shifted toward her, but Adeline staggered back and reached out for his arm. For a moment, her eyes unfocused. "You okay?" he asked.
Yeah, sorry about that. She checked her watch. 50 minutes have passed. Our time today is up. Excuse me, I have to...
She gestured toward the barn door, then hurried out. Clint admired her contours, the lifts and dips of her curves, and the confidence in her stride as she walked away. But her exit was abrupt. She seemed the type to be a cheerleader, but hardly acknowledged his progress. His heart had been thundering. Now it felt like lightning at her departure. He'd touched a horse. It was progress.
But something about Adeline had touched him, had dug in, had opened him in a way that scared him. Clint Ritchie was reluctant to admit it, but even as a Navy SEAL, he was afraid of two things: that woman and her horse. But he didn't want to contemplate it, didn't want to think. It was too risky. After returning to the log cabin, he put on his running leg and laced up his sneaker. In the past, he would have gone on horseback to empty his mind, but he wasn't there yet. And darn right he could run even with his fake leg. He hated the thing, but it didn't matter. Any self-respecting SEAL pushed himself despite the obstacles and pain. He needed wind in his lungs, dirt under his feet, sweat on his skin. As he navigated over rocky ground, landed wrong on a route, and then climbed a steep hill, the idea of pushing himself despite obstacles and pain stuck stubbornly in his mind. One of his training officers said something once that took on another meaning just then. He'd said, "Do it scared." Clint had taken it to mean to have no fear. That's what it took when he was in a combat situation. But it could also mean that do it even if you're scared. Get on a horse even if it terrified him. But he wasn't supposed to be afraid, right? "Shut up," Clint told his brain as he pumped his legs along the trail. No sooner had he run 10K in the hills, wiping Adeline and the encounter with the horse from his mind, did Parker show up at the cabin and ask him how things with her and Shadow went. A medium, short-haired, dark brown dog stood next to him. "Did you bring a puppy to keep me from kicking your hind end clear to the panhandle for setting up that session with the horse therapist?" Clint asked. Parker chuckled. "How'd it go? How do you think it went?" The cousins were quiet for a moment. Parker had aged since Clint was last home. The guy had his hands full, and he couldn't stay mad at him. "That doesn't look like Knox," Clint said as he chugged a glass of water. Parker rubbed the dog's head. "All Ritchies have a dog. Jordan has a thing for rescuing animals. He's the one who came across Shadow. Uncle Hunter and Aunt Shawnee added a mutt to their pack. Don't they already have a dog?" Clint needed to take a cold shower. "4. The new one makes 5. Must have gotten too quiet at the homestead without Duke playing music." Parker mentioned about the Cowboys gig during the fall fair. "Jameson took in a few cats, Snowflake, Buttons, and Cream Puff." It was Clint's turn to chuckle. "So does this dog have a name?" "Nope, not yet. She's all yours." Parker gestured like he was gifting him with a game show prize. "Parker, I don't need another woman in my life." He lifted his eyebrow. "So is Adeline a woman in your life? You know her last name, right?" Parker snapped his fingers. The dog bounded over to Clint, immediately licking the sweat from his shin. He squirmed away, and the dog looked up at him with true blue puppy dog eyes. "Oh, man. All right." He was a SEAL, but also a softie, and bent down to give the dog a solid scratching. "She likes you," Parker said. Clint wasn't sure if he meant the dog or Adeline. "It was a barter. Adeline can take Shadow if she works with you." Clint straightened. "Why? I'm fine." "You say that, but you haven't set foot inside the stable since coming back." It was a fair point, and after Parker made it, he left Clint in the log cabin with the brown dog. 2 days passed, but he didn't muster up the energy to prove his cousin wrong. However, he did have a shadow of his own. The dog followed him everywhere, even sleeping at the end of the bed. It was king size, so there was plenty of room, and he didn't have the heart to kick her off. She followed him to the barn and trotted right inside. Like before, he paused on the threshold. Do it scared. But what was he scared of? He was a Navy SEAL, for goodness sake. He marched inside, But before he could think any further about his stupid emotions, he overheard a familiar female voice chatting with Parker.
"You sure you're not here asking about a man? I saw the way you and Clint looked at each other,"
Parker teased. Upon hearing his name, Clint stopped in his tracks. It would be very awkward if he made his appearance known at that moment.
"Rumor has it you're a couple. Then again, I'm not sure I believe anything the Coles say."
Parker had laughter in his voice. Adeline was different, that was for sure. She wasn't a snake like her brother, or sneaky like her father. "Is that an insult?" she asked.
"Do you disagree?"
Clint stepped closer because he didn't want to be a snoop.
"There he is,"
Parker called, spotting Clint.
"Mornin',"
Clint said with a nod at his cousin and a tip of the cowboy hat at Adeline. His gaze lingered on her a moment longer, but he couldn't help it. Around her, he felt thunder in his chest and lightning in his veins. "To answer your question, Parker, no, I don't disagree. In other words, I agree. My brother and father are awful. My mother isn't much better stashing Nana in a home like that. She's perfectly capable, perfectly healthy. I cannot apologize for them, but I can show the Ritchies that I'm not like that. Anyway, the only reason I'm still here is because of Nana. I have to figure something out. She doesn't want to be at Dry Brush Ridge. She misses her garden, her library full of books, horses." Adeline's voice filled with passion and conviction that could have lit a stack of wet logs.
"You sure that's the only reason?"
Parker asked pointedly. As if magnetized, Adeline's gaze drifted over to Clint. His ears heated. She was pretty when she was fired up and beautiful when she rested her eyes on him. "I'm here to hold up my end of the bargain."
"What's that?"
Clint asked. "Doing my job." She turned back to Parker. "So you were saying about the vandalism?" Parker fully outlined everything they suspected Rex of doing.
"Then the town meeting went about as wrong as rain during a flood. Turns out there's a claim by the state on our oil, something having to do with an easement agreed upon when our great-grandfather deeded this land. We can't find a record of it other than in the digital duplicates in the town records. No such hard copy exists. We expect someone fabricated it."
Parker glanced at Clint.
"We have our tech team looking into it."
Hardly. Clint still hadn't turned on his computer. The cobwebs in the log cabin had distracted him. Then he needed to clean the chimney, split some wood, pick a bushel of apples, fix a faucet. It wasn't like him to procrastinate, but he wanted to get out from behind a desk and on his feet.
"Any idea why Rex has it in for us?"
Parker asked. "Long ago, I gave up trying to figure out what makes my brother tick. He's got a stain in him only Jesus can wash out." Adeline turned to Clint. "Ready for your session?" No, he wasn't. Not at all. Adeline was equally pretty as she was complicated. Like she'd said about her brother, Clint couldn't fathom trying to figure her out, but he wouldn't turn up the opportunity to spend more time with her. Chapter 9. Adeline. It was hard to remain focused on the conversation with Parker after Clint sauntered over. More than once, since Adeline had last seen the cowboy, she imagined being in a real relationship with him. Then, like a housefly on a hot day, she squashed the thought. He was a client. She had work to do and must act in a professional capacity. No daydreams of setting her brother straight, riding side by side with Clint as the sun rose, or any other such nonsense. Parker left them to the equine-assisted therapy session. Adeline had arrived at the barn early to spend some time with Shadow, but Parker was there, and they'd gotten to talking about Operation Rescue Ritchie Ranch and what had prompted the mission, her brother and his devious ways. She'd said she had no idea why he did what he did, but there must have been a reason other than mere harassment. Rex was a lawyer and couldn't have had so much time on his hands that he'd sneak to the ranch at night to deface the barn. He was in it for something else, but what? She had no idea. The Ritchies were notoriously ranch poor, meaning they had land, barns, animals, and plenty of work to keep them busy, but not much in the way of wealth to show for it. Not like her family. Well, her grandmother anyway. Despite appearances, it seemed her parents were broke. Maybe Rex was too? But if he thought he'd get something out of the Ritchies, it was obvious he was digging in the wrong hole. The dog at Clint's side yapped, drawing Adeline from her thoughts. "And who is this?" she asked, crouching to greet the animal. Clint grunted. Adeline imitated the sound and then said, "Grunt isn't a name."
I didn't name her yet.
The dog rolled onto her side, inviting belly scratches. Clint stood next to them. Adeline's eyes met his well-worn, rough-stock Western boots. They were the same color as the dog. The dog's tongue lolled out of her mouth. She was enjoying the scratches and rubs. Adeline said, "I'm more of a cat person, but I like boots."
I'm a dog person.
Clint's head snapped in her direction.
Wait, what? Who is Boots?
Yep, Boots it is. Adeline got to her feet and pointed at the dog.
You're naming my dog now?
His arms crossed in front of his chest. Those burly, muscly arms were about at her eye level. Adeline just barely stopped herself from drooling. Someone's got to pick up the slack around here.
What's that supposed to mean?
You can't have a dog without a name.
Any other rules I should know about?
As a matter of fact, yes, she said. How are we going to make this work?
What do you mean?
Your sessions.
Sessions, plural? How many are there?
However many you need until you heal.
I'm fine.
Yeah, I know. Clint huffed.
Well, you're the therapist. You tell me the rules.
A smirk crossed her lips, but she wiped it away. Number 1, honesty.
Easy. Ritchies don't lie. Like they say, you can hang your hat on it.
Are you saying Coles do lie? Her hand flew to her hip.
I'm saying they don't always tell the truth.
He appraised her like he was evaluating whether she was different from her family. Parker seemed to trust her well enough. She couldn't deny the Coles had a reputation, but it didn't define her. Adeline filled her chest with air, then rolled her shoulders back. She would say something true. Initially, I didn't come to horse therapy because I wanted to save people. I had to save myself. Clint took a moment to register that. Your turn. Tell me something true.
I didn't come to horse therapy because I want to find healing. I'm fine.
Then why are you here? She fired back.
Because Parker is making me?
Adeline shook her head. First, you have free will. Secondly, while Parker is a formidable man, you're a trained Navy SEAL. I seriously doubt he could make you do anything. Clint's lips pressed together like he fought back a sharp retort.
Okay, fine. I want to ride again. Do it scared.
Her eyebrows lifted at that last part, which he said in a lower register, maybe not intended for her to hear. Honesty. In that case, what do you say we go to the riding ring?
It's more of a rectangle, Clint corrected, then added, fine.
Shadow's ears twitched as Adeline led the way. Clouds covered the sky as she stepped outside with the lead rope in hand. Clint trailed behind like he wasn't so sure about the session with her and Shadow. Either that or his leg ached because he moved with a slight limp that day.
It'll probably rain later,
he said when they passed through the gate and into the fenced-in area. He stood so close to Adeline, their arms brushed. Shadow tossed her head, making her silky mane ripple. She was a gorgeous horse. At Clint's accidental touch, she felt a similar ripple move through her. He was an undeniably handsome man. But how could she get him to trust her? She knew he had an injury, likely from the military. What would it be like if she saw the real him? Without fanfare, she took his hand as they'd done before. Even though she was working, she couldn't ignore the thrill that raced through her, threatening to make her knees wobble. Instead of remaining hand in hand like she would have liked, she brought his palm to Shadow's flank once more. They'd made progress before. They could do it again. It was a first step. She flattened her hand against the back of Clint's, urging him to connect with Shadow, to feel her peaceful presence, for it to transmit through whatever connected humans and horses. Slowly, she withdrew her hand. His remained there, and he rubbed a smooth circle on Shadow's flank, before moving forward toward her head. Finally, his hand landed on her muzzle. They made eye contact. Even from the sidelines, Adeline could feel the power Shadow was having on Clint. She was soothing him, softening him. He stepped closer and staggered slightly. It was subtle, not like when she'd gotten dizzy the other day in the barn and ran out at the end of their session. It was then she realized Clint's wound. He believed he was damaged. He was afraid for her to see the truth beneath the denim, for anyone to see the parts of him that weren't tough Navy SEAL or strong cowboy. His gaze connected to hers, and then his head tilted slightly. She'd been staring, but not staring daggers, staring fondly, warmly. Something passed between them much as it had between Shadow and Clint. Adeline dragged in a breath. Getting her bearings, she held up the lead rope. "Let's take a walk." He took the rope in hand. Together, the three of them walked the loop of the riding ring. Each of her clients had a different program. Some she'd get in the saddle during their first visit. Others, it literally took baby steps before they got on. She had the feeling Clint would start slow, then accelerate once he repaired his trust bond with a horse. Once he found one, like Shadow, who'd be gentle, loyal, and true. As they strolled, they chatted casually about life on the ranch, while Shadow stepped brightly by their side.
You said you'd like a barn of your own someday. What about at your parents' place? They have plenty of room,
Clint said. "This is your therapy session, not mine, and I don't think you want to hear all the reasons that would be a terrible idea." Her laugh was dry. The lines were blurring, though, and Adeline cleared her throat. "I have been thinking more and more about a barn of my own, a home of my own, too. Someplace I can bring Nana and let her live out her years with family, with the Texas hills she's always known." Clint's hand landed on her upper back, halting them. Like she'd done before, he gazed deeply at her that time.
"That's mighty big of you, Adeline. I dare say lovely, loyal."
She didn't add the part about how she needed someone like Nana to remind her to take her medicine, or that she longed to set down roots, but where?
"I feel like we're going round and round."
Clint lowered his shoulders on a sigh. "We could head out to the trail." As soon as the words were out of Adeline's mouth, she wondered if he'd meant something else. But no matter. Clint wasn't interested in being her fake boyfriend, so he definitely wouldn't want to be her real boyfriend. Plus, she'd be leaving before long. "We don't have to ride."
"Let's walk. I like this walk and talk thing,"
he said, gesturing between them. When Adeline was a teenager and would return home from boarding school, she'd spend the most time with Nana. One summer, she lamented the crush she'd had on a boy from the boys' day school across the river. They had a Sadie Hawkins dance every spring, and she couldn't pitch the nerve to ask Daniel Weber to the thing. Instead, Susan Grossman got to him first. They started dating, but Adeline's crush just wouldn't quit, even though she wanted to move on. Nana suggested she perform an ick experiment. If she could imagine Daniel doing something gross, like trimming his toenails, and she was turned off, problem solved, crush gone. But if the feelings persisted, well, maybe he wasn't lost to her. Fortunately, the ick experiment of imagining Daniel cleaning his ears worked wonders. She'd moved on. Unfortunately, it didn't work on Clint. She pictured him flossing, trimming his nose hair, and all the other icky personal grooming habits that were best done behind a bathroom door. But her feelings for Clint didn't lessen. Adeline sighed. She'd promised herself no cowboys. She knew better, but she could hardly tear her thoughts, never mind her eyes, away from him. Boots bounded toward them along the trail, barking madly. A moment later, thunder rumbled in the distance. "I think she's trying to tell us something," Adeline said, pointing to the dark brown dog. Meanwhile, Shadow remained the picture of calm. Clint looked down one end of the trail and then the other.
I hate to say it, but we're halfway between the stable and the east barn. It's an older one that we don't use except for storage.
The air hummed with electricity as the thunder rolled over the hills. Clint jutted his chin toward a rocky outcropping.
There's a cave over there. Come on.
What about Shadow?
My cousins and I used to play over this way when we were kids. It won't be the first time the cave sheltered a horse. Us ranch kids had our own version of hide and seek.
Adeline giggled as they tore off toward the cave, with thunder chasing them at their backs. Chapter 10. Clint. With Shadow's lead rope in one hand and Adeline's in his other, he led them to the sandstone cave. Boots stuck to their heels. The cave was just where he remembered from when he was a boy. The sky burst open with rain a few paces shy of the entrance. They rushed forward and practically tumbled into each other's arms as they got under cover. Adeline giggled, and the sound echoed off the cave's walls. Her laugh was infectious. A sound Clint seldom heard rumbled from his chest and reached his belly. They both bent over double, laughing at the absurdity of what happened and where they were. "I have to say this is a first during a therapy session. Strictly speaking, we don't leave the riding ring."
Well, at least we're still on the ranch.
Shadow snorted. At the same time, Clint and Adeline patted her flank affectionately. "It's late in the season for storms. They're not common in November." She watched the rain.
The weather is usually temperate, but if one does come, it's fast and furious,
Clint said, as the sky beyond the cave danced with lightning.
Parker said we had weird weather this year.
The old farmers and ranchers say the weather goes in cycles.
Aunt Shawnee says the same thing about her garden. Over time, I suppose you observe patterns and behaviors when you're close to the land.
Same goes for people, Adeline added. They moved deeper inside the cave by the light of Adeline's cell phone. Boots stuck close, then settled at their feet when they found a smooth wall to sit against. Adeline, wearing a pair of jeans and a thin sweater, shivered.
Cold?
Clint asked. Without waiting for her to answer, he snuggled closer. Even though she was chilly, she radiated a certain kind of warmth. He'd seen the panicked side of her when they'd first met, the strong side of her when she stood up to her brother, and a tender side when it came to Nana and the horses. She was fierce and gentle, a storm and soft rain. The thunder and lightning outside echoed what had been occurring in his chest going on weeks. "Clint, our 50 minutes is up, but I have one more thing to say." She tucked more closely under his arm. He'd spent years keeping his symbolic gun greased and his saddle oiled. But with her, he felt the need to lay down his weapons, his armor, and his defenses. Clint, in my line of work, we say you have to feel a wound in order to heal it. There's no escaping it, otherwise it'll keep festering and get worse. He knew that lesson several times over. He felt the loss of no longer having part of his leg. Clint experienced the frustration of learning to walk all over again. He contended with the remorse of no longer being an integral part of his SEAL team. Then there was riding horses. That was a kind of grief he still hadn't sorted out. Shadow nickered. Maybe he wouldn't have to. But sometimes people get stuck in all that feeling. The pain becomes a twisted kind of comfort, familiarity. When that happens, the question becomes, who would you be without the shield of the pain separating who you were from who you're meant to be?
What's that supposed to mean?
We all carry a cross, Clint. Walking around in circles with your cross repeating the same patterns or mistakes doesn't serve anyone, least of all you. You're supposed to carry the cross to the top of the hill and be reborn, renewed, forgiven, healed.
Sounds like a long and difficult process.
That's life with Jesus. He didn't promise ease. He promised salvation. The woman made sense. She spoke truth to Clint's heart.
Have you laid down your cross? He asked.
Which one? She asked, with laughter in her voice. What was he going to do? Seated on the ground, he felt like he was falling. Not thrown, like off the horse. Not literally, like when he jumped out of the plane. Not staggering, like when he lost his balance on the prosthesis. No, he felt like he was falling for Adeline. It was an intense, rare sensation and reminded him of one of his lessons in SEAL training. He had a backbone, or he didn't. He'd do the thing, or he wouldn't. There was never time to deliberate, weigh pros and cons, or ask questions. He couldn't hover in midair wondering whether to fall for her or not. He'd either get caught in the wings of love or eat dirt. He preferred the former. Adeline's soft voice tore Clint from his thoughts. Parker was saying stuff about Rex's wrongdoing. I stand by what I said about not trying to figure my brother out, but if I knew why he was targeting your family, maybe I could. Well, I don't know. I've never been able to stop him before, but maybe I could help.
Now, why would you want to do that? Don't you know that our families are rivals? Clint said around a chuckle.
Why would I want to? Because it's the right thing to do, she replied, deadpan.
In that case, to answer your question, treasure.
She tilted her head to meet his gaze in the low light. Her lion's mane, though damp, tickled his cheek. Come again.
My Uncle Clay, Parker's father, told Amelia some old stories. Sounded like a bunch of tall tales. But she was researching the history of Smuggler's Springs to make a documentary and book for the Historic Society and confirmed they weren't merely campfire stories. Turns out my great-great-great-grandfather, Salvador Ricardi de Malaga, of Vaquero, came here from Spain.
Must have been where you got your interest for bronc riding.
Clint grunted. Anyway, he married the daughter of a fearsome pirate, Captain Kroll. Her name was Helene. They had 6 children, including my great-great-grandfather, Eduardo Ricardi.
Did the last name Ricardi become Ritchie?
It would seem that way. Eduardo had a family, including my great-grandfather Thomas. Following so far?
Adeline nodded. Even in the dark cave, her eyes were bright, curious. Eyes he wanted to get lost in, leading to lips he was sure would make him forget his own name. Something flickered in her eyes. Did she feel the same way? The way her breath came in slow sips suggested she might. Then what? Her voice was low, scratchy.
This is where it gets interesting. Thomas eventually settled in North Carolina and got married. He and his wife also had a son, Everett, my grandfather.
My granddad must have known him. Probably hated him something fierce to set loose those wild mustard plants that poisoned your herd.
Any idea why?
Adeline shrugged. All I know is the beef between them goes back before anyone raised cattle for the market.
Anyway, the California gold rush sent Thomas west. However, before he crossed the Mississippi, he took a detour back to Florida.
A crease formed between her brows. Why Florida?
Remember the pirate? Thomas learned that Captain Kroll had kidnapped one of his uncles, Eduardo's brother, when he was just a boy.
That's horrible. Do you suppose Thomas was trying to find him or exact revenge?
Clint shrugged. Both.
Was he successful?
We don't know much other than speculation that he made it from Florida to Texas. This land, in fact, with a bounty before continuing to California.
He found treasure, Adeline breathed. Clint nodded. They'd adjusted positions to face each other while he told the story. She leaned close, hanging on to every word. You think he buried treasure here, so he didn't make it to the gold rush?
He did make it to California and struck it rich, but on the way back, rustlers and robbers got a hold of it before they made it here.
Adeline stood abruptly and started pacing. Rustlers? Robbers? Smugglers? Boots barked once, and the echo in the cave continued for a long moment. Her fingers lifted to her lips. Clint worried she was dizzy again. Maybe she had low blood sugar.
Are you okay? If you're hungry, like that time at the coffee shop, we may find an old candy bar or Twinkie stashed in the cave from when I was a kid.
Adeline didn't move. Clint got to his feet, careful with his leg. If she noticed his method of sitting down on the ground or getting up, she didn't acknowledge it. Pacing over to her, he gripped her shoulders.
Adeline, you all right? What can I do?
She shook her head slowly. Rustlers and robbers.
Yeah, supposedly they took the gold before Thomas made it back to Texas.
Santa Fe, New Mexico. Bodie Cole, Adeline said. Clint cocked his head, not following. She gripped the front of his shirt. Clint, my great-grandfather, the one who founded the ranch here in Smuggler's Springs, took your great-grandfather's gold. He staggered back.
What? How do you know?
Family lore. Rustlers and robbers, also known as smugglers. Smuggler's Springs. Family legend goes Bodie was second to John Bull in his day. Rumor had it they taught Butch Cassidy everything he knew. Now that may be a tall tale, but that's what I heard growing up. Anyway, Bodie Cole was an outlaw of the worst sort. He never made it all the way west. He hung around along the boomtown routes and robbed men of their bounty. Eventually, he fled here and hid away in the hills.
I wonder if my great-grandfather knew your great-grandfather was his neighbor.
I imagine so. He'd hide his loot in caves like this. My family hired a crew after my granddad died to scour every inch of our property.
Did they find anything?
No, but maybe that's what Rex is looking for.
Or the treasure. You see, when Uncle Clay passed, he left Parker a map. That one led to another, which led to a third. We think maybe it'll bring us to the treasure Thomas hid before continuing west.
Adeline leaned against the cave wall. Wow.
So your family and my family go way back.
Clint took off his hat and ran his hand through his hair.
I wasn't expecting this information, but it doesn't change the way I feel about you, Adeline.
Her eyes danced over him. His lips parted slowly as he realized he spoke those last words out loud. Remember what I said about how things that you hold in have a habit of festering? Sometimes they also find their way out first. For the record, it doesn't change how I feel about you either.
And how's that?
His lips quirked. That wasn't what he'd expected to say, nor was it what he expected to hear in response. As I said before, our 50 minutes is up, but we can still talk about feelings if you'd like.
I have a lot of rough edges, Adeline.
Rough edges can be smoothed. She emphasized the point by smoothing her palm down the plane of his chest, over his heart. Wounds can be healed. Energy and sensation, unnameable feelings throbbed between them. Adeline's hair was messy, her cheeks rosy, flushed, but she didn't seem to mind. She tipped her chin up. Clint leaned in close enough to feel her pleasantly warm breath on his cheek. He brushed the backside of his knuckles up her arm to her shoulder, her neck, and then to her jaw. They didn't break eye contact until she whispered, "Do it scared," repeating another thing he hadn't meant to speak out loud. So he did. Their lips met. Rough edges instantly smoothed. Instead of thunder and lightning, like outside, or anything explosive, Clint felt the soft, gentle ease of Adeline's affection, of their connection. It was better than anything that could strike, blow up, and leave a path of ruin. Instead of destruction, it was creation of something new, of something good, pure, and true. It was the first day of the rest of his life. He never wanted it to end. Chapter 11. Adeline. No amount of studying human emotions or psychology in college, not even reflecting on her feelings, prepared Adeline for the way it felt for Clint's lips to press against hers. The best she could do was know that it felt real, more real than anything she'd ever experienced. His fingers tangled in her hair as he pressed her against the cave wall, caging her in. His biceps flexed. Pulling back, he breathed her name. Adeline. His draw filled with as desperate a need as he would if he were deprived of oxygen. He dove back in, tracing her lips with his like he was plotting every curve and contour, every inch of her mouth. Adeline explored the firm planes of his chest, his shoulders, and his broad back, with her hands before cradling his jaw. Weeks' worth of stubble covered it, but she didn't care. She wanted to be closer, to deepen the kiss. As it continued, the connection also deepened, moving past fears and hurts, misunderstandings and misperceptions. Eventually they parted, but not before Clint left a path of kisses along her neck, to her collarbone, shoulder, the inside of her elbow, wrist, and then the back of her hand. It was like he went back to where he started, wiping the slate clean. A do-over of sorts. Maybe she'd have to rethink her rule about men, because she sure could get used to this cowboy and his kisses. Adeline wasn't shy by any stretch, but it took her a moment to meet his smoky-eyed gaze. Doing so would acknowledge what happened. Then what? Like she'd said before he'd kissed her, do it scared. Meaning, even if she was afraid, some things were worth doing anyway. She'd never let fear stand in the way of her and what she wanted. Boarding school, college, breaking the family mold, and becoming a horse-assisted therapist.
That was something,
Clint said with awe in his voice. It wasn't nothing. Delighted laughter filled her voice. Clint slung his arm around Adeline and they stepped to the mouth of the cave.
The storm is letting up.
His voice was a low rumble. I don't want to drag Shadow and Boots out until it's clear. Clint angled so he stood in front of Adeline and cupped her cheek.
Does that mean you want to...
His lips brushed hers again. After another kiss that shattered the world as Adeline knew it, but built something new and shiny and wonderful in its place, they retreated into the cave and sat back down. Clint lowered slowly. With his hand, he gripped toward his ankle before sitting completely down. His left leg jutted straight out while the other bent toward her. Adeline tried not to stare, to watch, but she was curious, not critical. His eyes skipped from his leg to her, then back again.
"You're wondering."
She nodded. "Do you want to talk about it? I'm here to listen if you want to tell your story." The rain from beyond the cave opening pattered and dripped. The wind howled, highlighting the silence spanning between them.
"After the bronc threw me, I left town, returned to the base. I was aggravated, cocky, overconfident, but also nursing a busted ankle."
He let out a long breath.
"This is classified information. What I tell you is between you and me."
"And Boots and Shadow," she said to lighten the mood. Then she cleared her throat. "I promise never to repeat it." He nodded. His face was like granite.
"I was in a bad spot, humiliated, ticked off. My ankle never healed properly, and I was too proud to tell anyone. Let's say I wasn't fine. I went up, I jumped."
Adeline's hand slapped over her mouth. "You jumped out of a plane?" A smirk traced Clint's lips.
"With a parachute. It was a routine jump. SEALs have quals to test skills and protocol. I'd done it over 1,000 times. I'm not exaggerating that number either. I forget now, but I was up to something like 1,090 jumps or something."
She leaned against the cave wall.
"The jump was bad from the beginning. My posture was wrong. It was windy. One of my lines tangled. I landed badly, too hard, on the bad ankle."
"I'm so sorry."
"It was my fault and dumb luck, but I had angels watching over me. I could have died. Instead, ankle shattered, broken bones, jutting right through the skin. They tried to save it, had the best doctors. I had to adjust to a new center of gravity, gait training, walking, running. But I'm nearly as good as new. I can do just about everything that the other SEALs can do. Yet I still had to take a desk job."
Clint blew out a breath. Adeline gripped his hand, relieving the tingles, relieving the tension in his muscles.
"I thought I was invincible. That woke me up real fast, but it was like it took everything from me. No more SEALs team, no more riding. That's where the story ends."
"I imagine Navy SEALs to be like in the movies," she said. Clint tipped his head side to side.
"Harder and less glamorous. Also, in real life, they're much more handsome."
Adeline giggled. "I agree, but I don't think that's where your story ends. True, you retired, but you haven't gotten back in the saddle. There's a whole new chapter waiting for you." Clint glanced at Shadow, who was a silhouette in the low light. "I assume your prosthesis doesn't prevent you from riding a horse?"
"No, as I said, I can do just about everything."
"Then what's stopping you?" Adeline asked.
"I'll get back to you on that."
She sensed that was all he was going to say on the matter, and didn't want to push him before he was ready. "So you used to play in here when you were a kid?"
"We were wild, racing all over the range on horseback, playing cops and robbers, cowboys and bandits."
A smile filled Clint's voice.
"We weren't afraid of anything other than being late for dinner, because that would mean they'd keep us home the next day as punishment."
"You weren't afraid of scorpions or spiders back then either?"
"Nope, we only had to worry about the ghosts."
Adeline flinched.
"The brave among us would hide out in caves like this and tell stories about the old smugglers and rustlers hiding out in here, stashing their loot. But then we realized they'd probably died and their ghosts haunted the place."
Clint laughed. "More like my ancestors."
"We always thought there was treasure in here."
"Did you ever look?" She clicked the flashlight on her phone and swept the beam across the cave walls.
"Sure did. Covered every nook and every cranny."
Adeline clamped her hand on Clint's and pointed to something shining in a crevice. Jumping to her feet, she raced to where she saw the gleam. "You looked, but maybe not good enough." From the crevice, she pulled out a leather bag that looked worse for wear. Something jingled inside. Clint's eyes widened.
Figures a Cole would find the Ritchie treasure. I cannot believe this.
They both laughed. She opened the drawstring on the bag, and her breath came up short with anticipation. Her hands shook and her heart raced. She wanted to help the Ritchies, and this was a major, unexpected windfall that could benefit the ranch. Coins filled the bag. Clint took one out, shining the light across the image of a buffalo.
Adeline, this is wild.
His smile was enormous.
We have to show Parker.
They walked to the entrance of the cave. She was shaky with excitement, but her knees were weak. Her vision slid, got hazy. She stumbled and pressed her arm against the cave wall. Boots barked once, twice, not taking her eyes off Adeline. She blinked a few times and her thoughts turned fuzzy. Clint had Shadow's lead rope.
Adeline, you okay?
Clint's expression turned stony, serious. She shook her head slowly, struggling to speak with a dry mouth. Blood glucose, diabetes, she muttered, before she lost balance again and he caught her in his arms. The next few minutes were hazy. The air was damp, the wind tangled her hair. Her cheek pressed against something soft, something horsey. Shadow. The rough bump of a horse moving over the uneven ground made her wonder if she was dreaming. Then there was shouting. She had a vague awareness of what was going on. Strong arms held her, then she was indoors and it was quiet. Adeline, drink. Please drink this, a gentle voice said, holding up her head. A slender hand with a sparkly ring held a straw poised next to Adeline's lips. She smelled apple juice. She took a long sip, then another. Her vision snapped back. Clint paced by big windows and a stone hearth. Hey, it's Amelia. Clint's here too. He said you mentioned diabetes. Do we need to call a doctor or do you have medicine, insulin here? Parker rushed in holding a bag.
Found this in the barn after I tended to Shadow.
She reached for her purse that contained her glucose meter and kit. I'm sorry, guys. We were just going to walk around the riding ring, then went to the trails. I didn't expect to be gone so long. Anger and concern peppered Clint's expression. Do you have everything you need in there? Amelia asked. Adeline nodded. She went about testing her blood sugar and preparing her insulin. She hated poking herself with the needle, but it had to be done.
They make electronic insulin pumps, apps that will tell you your blood sugar levels.
Hostility laced Clint's voice like it was her fault. Well, it was her fault that she forgot to keep her bag with her. I know, I have no excuse. It has to do with insurance and, never mind, it doesn't matter. Adeline had lived with diabetes since the summer between high school and college, but she hadn't accepted it, refused to. It was the reason Dylan broke up with her. He said it was too much for him to handle. Just when she'd needed him most, he dumped her.
Are you okay?
Parker asked. She nodded. Now I am. Thanks, guys. You didn't have to save a Cole, but you did. You found treasure, Amelia said.
And got our man Clint back in the saddle.
Parker beamed. He stood with his back toward them, gazing out the window. Tension ripped off him like stormy waves at sea. She crossed the room and stood by his side, feeling small and vulnerable. Thank you for doing that for me, Clint. He whirled on her and gripped her shoulders.
You terrified me. Something could have happened. You could have...
She wrapped her arms around his torso, drawing him into a hug. She didn't want to hear him say it, didn't want to see his face. When Adeline got sick, Dylan had said similar words, but they were with fear, disgust. Instead, anger laced Clint's tone. Despite her profession, she couldn't deal with the way his response threatened to overwhelm her, and what it would mean if he turned away the same as Dylan had. From the kitchen, the plink, plink, plink of coins dropping sounded. Clint wandered over, but he didn't let Adeline go. Her professional training told her that beneath the anger at what could have happened was fear. He didn't want anything to happen to her, so it seemed he wasn't going to let her go. Not when Parker and Amelia laid all the coins on the counter. Not when they searched for collectible coins online. Not when Amelia shouted, "All the buffalo are missing a leg." Parker held one up in the light.
Figures, Ritchie curse.
Clint told them how they found the coins in the cave.
Which cave? Over by the Cigarros? Cigarro Strip, or by Beckett's Bend, by the cabin?
Clint snapped his fingers.
I never could remember the name of it. Beckett's Bend. Hang on, do you think they named it after Richard Beckett?
Amelia nodded. I reckon, but these buffalo coin counterfeits are from the late 1920s. I don't think they're part of the treasure. That would have been from the 1800s, Amelia said.
So we're back where we started,
Parker added. And where's that? Adeline asked.
As far as the treasure goes, Uncle Clay made the first map, then Grandpa Everett hid one in the fire tower. At least we think it was him. The third one that Parker, Amelia, Duke, and Hattie found was a map of stars. But they coordinated with part of the Northern Cross constellation and parts of the ranch we call the 5 Points, Clint explained.
And? Adeline asked. And that's as far as we've gotten, Amelia answered.
We just need more time. Unfortunately, we have a deadline imposed by the mayor.
End of the month, right? Adeline asked.
Parker nodded. Any headway, Clint?
Mr. Navy SEAL Cowboy still stood with his arm roped over her shoulders. She felt anchored, rooted, and like she belonged. However, he hesitated to answer. Parker added,
On the documents?
Clint muttered something and then said,
I should see Adeline back to the bed and breakfast in town. You're probably tired.
Actually, she was wired, but he was being sweet. She sensed that he hadn't started whatever Parker asked him to do, so perhaps they ought to head back. From the driveway, the last of the storm blew toward the west, and the setting sun appeared from the clouds. Clint tucked a piece of Adeline's hair behind her ear. His smoky gray eyes held hers. Thank you for being the knight in shining armor who rode me to my rescue. I've never had a potential fake boyfriend take such good care of me. The line in his brow deepened.
Fake boyfriend?
His voice held an invitation. Real boyfriend? Adeline tested out the question. He held her still, and even his eyes contained an embrace.
Call me whatever you want, but I'm not letting you out of my sight.
If that's the case, you'll have to join me for Thanksgiving dinner. I'm hoping to get some intel out of my brother and parents. I happen to know you're a top-level secret operative. Clint chuckled.
Hardly.
But you're brave.
Sometimes dumb, too. Stubborn, rough.
Rugged, handsome, strong. Healed? You did get on a horse, she risked saying. Adeline looked at Clint carefully, wanting to impart the gravity of what he did for her, for himself. You got on a horse bareback with me who was half unconscious and rode us to safety. His lips landed on hers as though he'd heard enough about his gallantry. She liked it. No, she loved it. But she also knew healing was a process, and he wasn't quite there yet. But that was okay. She had hope, and she had him. Chapter 12. Clint. Clint reluctantly left Adeline after their days spent together, the downs and the ups. The ups and the downs from the therapy session, the storm, the kiss, the discovery in the cave, then her episode. His mind drifted to the kiss. His lips against hers weren't something he'd soon forget. He practically floated along the slate path leading to the log cabin. Then there was the matter of what Parker asked him to do. The week before, Amelia dropped off a file with copies of the original documents and access to the online versions to use as a starting point. They wanted him to identify the source of the paper in question, stating Thomas Ritchie surrendered his oil rights to the state if the reserves dipped below a certain level. Something didn't sit right, but he hadn't even opened the file. But he would. What he had done was get on a horse. Navy SEALs had trained to master their fears, but Adeline's low blood sugar episode terrified him. He didn't pause, didn't think. He took action, got them on shadow, and took off at lightning speed. Boots raced after them, barking as though to announce their harried arrival at the ranch house. Parker appeared from the barn, Amelia on the front porch. They took her inside, got her something to drink and eat while Clint stepped back. Why was he hands-off? He had the training. He knew what to do. But he feared it would be his fault if something happened, if he lost her. Same as Zoe. He'd let her down and she'd turned him down. When Clint and Adeline were talking in the cave, he left out the part about Zoe dumping him. She'd broken his heart when he'd needed her the most. Could Clint risk it again? He cared about Adeline. Strange as it was, he'd do anything for her. Were they really boyfriend and girlfriend? Weren't they a little old for that terminology? But the idea of it put a little spring in his step as he set out a bowl of kibble for Boots and stirred up some leftovers Aunt Shawnee brought over for his dinner. The thing about the Ritchies was they took care of each other. Clint helped in the garden. His aunt sent him home with a meal. Parker and Adeline inadvertently got him back in the saddle. He'd help find the treasure and save the ranch. That was the way it worked. In the days leading up to Thanksgiving, Clint finished the repairs on the log cabin and split enough wood for the wood stove to last through the winter. On the holiday morning, he took the Jeep over to the big barn to help Parker with hosing down the stock pins at dawn. Afterward, he'd need to hose himself down, too. The cousins got to talking about the coins they'd found in the cave.
"Too bad they're worthless,"
Clint said.
"Amelia doesn't think so," Parker replied. "The buffalo on the coins were each missing a leg. Can't say I've ever seen a buffalo with 3 legs. But I suppose I should connect it with my doctor to look into getting a prosthesis."
Clint chuckled. He felt it was within his rights to make a joke like that, all things considered. Back in Georgia, he'd joined a group of other amputees, where they'd meet once a month. With them, they could talk honestly about what life was like having lost a limb. But they could also talk about other things, too. Work, hobbies, and above all, seeing the humor in things. Laughter truly was the best medicine. Parker went on.
"She's made some headway on tracing the owner of that old rusty car wreck out in the canyon. Back in the 1920s, it belonged to Richard Beckett. Supposedly, he was a wanted man."
Clint finished squeegee mopping the last square of the cement aisle between the pins. It was dirty work, but felt good.
"Why was that?" "Robbed a bank." "You don't suppose—"
Parker nodded, wearing a curious smile.
"I do suppose, but we'll find out more soon."
Just then, Amelia hollered to her husband. She needed help moving the turkey onto the lower rack in the oven.
"We'll see you for dessert,"
Parker called as he hurried from the barn. Clint finished up. He had some inquiries to make of his own. That was after he made a grand entrance at the Cole family Thanksgiving supper. Adeline asked her mother to set an extra place, but not for who. He braced himself for Rex's antagonism, but above all, he wanted to find out what he could about Bodie Cole, Adeline's great-grandfather. After washing up, shaving the last weeks of scruff that grew along his jaw, and putting on a pair of copper dress pants, a button-down, and sports coat, Clint drove into town. He'd put the doors and roof back on the Jeep now that the weather was cooling off. Adeline stood outside the bed and breakfast wearing a cranberry dress under a knee-length camel-colored coat. Clint got out and opened the door for her, helping her inside. Her hair smelled fruity and fresh, and she wore it down in smooth waves. A twinge of hesitation caught him off guard. Did he kiss her in greeting or not? It had been a long time since he'd had a girlfriend. It had been even longer since he'd felt anything but commanding and confident. Just before he closed the door, he leaned in and brushed his lips to her cheek. A happy little sound escaped and a smile grew on her lips.
"You look lovely," he said.
"You're not too shabby yourself, Mr. Navy SEAL Cowboy," she said with a giggle, and smoothing the collar of his shirt. On the ride over, they talked about their favorite Thanksgiving dishes. He got the sense they both looked forward to dessert at Ritchie Ranch. Clint failed to suppress his growing grin at being with Adeline, but it vanished as soon as they pulled down the long, paved driveway leading to the Coles' colossal house. It boasted manicured lawns, professional landscaping, and fresh paint. A plume of smoke rose from the chimney. It was picture perfect. From Clint's time on the SEAL team, he knew looks could be deceiving. Adeline didn't make a move to get out of the Jeep.
"You all right over there? Take your insulin today?"
"Yes, I'm just dreading this. My mother made a big fuss about getting Nana, even though neither she nor my father had visited her since last May on Mother's Day. I just hate the idea of the whole out of sight, out of mind mentality. Nana is a person, not dirty laundry."
"I think your Nana is wise enough to know the score."
Adeline gazed at the house with the red door and seasonal wreath with a sinking mixture of sadness and dismay.
"I can't claim to understand how you feel about your family. To me, family is family no matter our differences. But if you want to think about it like a mission, that might help. We're here to collect information, find out about Bodhi, what Rex is up to, and see if there's a way you can help your grandmother out. I am certain she wants to see your beautiful face. It'll make today worth it for her."
Adeline took Clint's hand in hers. "Okay. If this is a mission, do you have a cool spy suit stashed back there that I can wear? Any gadgets?"
"You'd look good in a spy suit. But technically, I wasn't a spy. More like a counterinsurgency force."
"Sounds fancy."
"We'll covertly collect intel, then stuff ourselves with dessert."
Clint tried to soften the situation. Adeline smiled and opened the door. "Can we have code names?" Clint chuckled.
"Sure, I'll call you Pumpkin Pie."
"And you're my sweet potato pie." Adeline took Clint's arm in hers, and they walked up the front path. She rang the doorbell, which struck him as odd considering she'd grown up in the place. The housekeeper answered with a warm greeting and then let them in. She took their coats. Most of the locations Clint infiltrated were dilapidated hideouts, but the Cole residence was opulent with polished antiques, framed paintings, and not a single family photo in sight. He got a measure of things as they walked to the formal sitting room. Roy stood when Adeline entered, then scowled when he recognized Clint. Karen's lips puckered. "I see you've brought a guest, Addie." "Adeline," she corrected. "Yes, Mother, I asked you to set an extra place at the table."
"We don't serve Ritchies in this house," Rex said, striding in with Lance at his heels.
"Rexford, manners," Karen scolded. Clint wasn't in second grade, but seeing the guy get schooled by his mom almost made him laugh.
"All the same, Mother, he's not welcome,"
Rex sneered. "Clint is my guest." Adeline's grip on his arm tightened, like she was steeling herself. "And he's my boyfriend."
"You've got to be kidding," Roy muttered.
"I heard that, Father," Adeline said. "Where's Nana?" "She's on her way," Karen said. "I had my driver pick her up." The space between Adeline's eyebrows pinched. You insisted on picking her up yourself. We would have gone to Drybrush Ridge on our way here. Same thing. What does it matter? She'll be here soon, Karen sniffed.
Then we can get this over with, Roy muttered.
Tension snapped between the Coles. It bounced off Clint like rubber. He'd been in far more dire situations. Then again, the ranch was at stake, which wasn't insignificant. He squeezed Adeline's hand and said,
Listen, I care a lot about your daughter, but this is new to me too. I certainly grew up with some preconceived notions about the Cole family. Adeline has proved me wrong. I hope we can mend fences, enjoy a meal together, and praise the Lord for his bountiful gifts.
Rex made a noise of disgust, and he and Lance stormed from the room. Adeline's lips formed a flat line, but her jade eyes told her she was thankful that Clint was a bigger man than her brother and didn't stoop to the immature behavior shown by her family. Roy sat down and took out his phone. Karen did the same, but clutched a wine glass. She appeared the master of poise and politeness. So, Clint, tell us what you do.
Retired Navy SEAL.
Her eyes widened and a nervous titter escaped. Oh, so I guess we better not break any laws.
I'm not a police officer, and I'm retired, but my targets did include criminals.
Karen eyed her husband nervously. I don't suppose you carted them off to jail for a fair trial and all. Of any of them, Karen would be the one to crack if she had any useful information. Or Lance.
That's correct, ma'am.
It was a truth he wasn't proud of, but it was his job, and he wasn't at liberty to say much more. Speaking of criminals, we found some old coins in a cave on the ranch. Adeline baited them. Clint listened for footsteps. Sure enough, Rex appeared and sat down on a silk sofa and with Lance by his side. Was he Rex's lackey? The guy looked too smart and dressed too sharp in designer slacks and Oxfords to do dirty deeds like spray paint a barn.
Funny thing was, the buffalo were missing a leg, Clint added.
Rex chuckled.
Sounds familiar, soldier.
Clint ignored him, refused to take the bait. Instead, he hoped Rex would.
What with the map my Uncle Clay left, we're wondering if we found the treasure. If so, I'm sorry to say the old man was a few bricks shy a load. Coins like that are worthless,
Rex said. Karen clicked her tongue and poured a second glass of wine, then offered one to Lance with a flutter of her lashes. Rexford, manners! He rolled his eyes. Clint let out a breath to diffuse the tension from the comment about his late uncle.
Are you a coin collector? He asked. No, I just know what's worthless and what isn't.
Rex tried to penetrate Clint with his stare. The dangerous thing about guys like him was he thought he was an alpha dog, but wouldn't know one until it bit him.
If I were you, I'd be looking for gold. Is that so? Clint asked. Just rumors I've heard, but it won't matter soon anyway. The state will own that land.
Clint rapped his knuckles on the table, playing the poor, concerned cousin.
That's just it. The state has no rights to it. My great-grandfather owned it in full. We're scratching our heads over the thing. A document is a document. Can't argue with pen and ink.
Rex settled back on the sofa. Lance shifted in his chair, and a tremor in his hand nearly knocked over his glass of wine. Bingo. Clint put the pieces together. Lance was involved somehow.
Sure you can, especially in the court of law. I'm the lawyer. I'd know all about that, Rex said. And I'm the Ritchie that's going to expose you, Clint thought to himself. One way or another, Rex was going down. Rex glared at Clint. He didn't waver. Adeline interrupted the staring contest. Daddy, do you remember those old stories about Granddad's father, Bodie Cole? Roy grunted. Your grandmother would be the better one to ask, if she'd talk.
From the other room, the door opened and closed. Soft footsteps padded across the carpet. Clint's senses were as alive as they'd been when he was in combat and covert situations. He picked up every noise, every change in the air and shift in emotion. Enemies that operated from that place rather than logic were the ones to watch. Karen made a big fuss about Marie's arrival. Roy merely nodded at his mother. Rex ignored her as he sipped on an amber beverage in a glass of ice. Adeline directed her Nana to join them on the couch. "We were just talking about Bodie. Do you remember him, Nana?" The woman's eyes were clear and sharp. Her lips were thin, but the corners twitched like she recognized the name. Adeline went on to tell her about the coins, but the woman remained silent. The housekeeper rang the dinner bell. Adeline sat beside Clint. Lance was next to him, with Nana and Rex on the other side of the table. The family said grace. Karen announced the dishes they passed around. "That first one is oyster stuffing. Then we have the tomato aspic, mashed cauliflower, and the crown jewel, foie gras. Oh, and don't forget the cranberry gelatin salad. I added marshmallows just like you love, Rexy."
You say it like you made it. We all know Millie was in the kitchen all morning,"
Rex sneered. Clint took conservative portions. "Now you know where I got my iron stomach," Adeline whispered. "You will too after this meal." Clint recalled her mentioning that when they were at the diner. He was polite and tried each item, but was looking forward to dessert later and hoped there would be leftover mashed potatoes with gravy, butternut squash, and turkey. Karen debated with her children about the food. Clint turned to Lance. In the last hour, as he'd sipped from a wine glass, his cheeks had taken on a reddish hue.
"So what do you do, Lance?" "I'm in tech. Started as a programmer."
The words were just shy of a slur.
"Adeline mentioned you live in Silicon Valley. What brings you to the great state of Texas this time of year?"
"Oh, Lance is like family. Wouldn't be a holiday without him, would it, Addie?" Karen called from the end of the table. She grimaced. "Lance and I dated for 3 months. I don't even live in Smuggler Springs, and I have a boyfriend, Mother." "Well, sometimes old flames can be rekindled." Mrs. Cole slugged down her wine. "I think it's time to turn off the tap." Adeline frowned. "I think it's time you get your head on straight. If you want any future at all, you need to find a good man." Karen's eyes shifted in and out of focus. "I have, thank you." Adeline eyed Clint apologetically. He turned back to Lance, feigning ignorance about computers and technology, but asking questions and pretending to be fascinated. Which paid off because it confirmed Lance wasn't just a geeky keyboard clicker. He knew quite a bit about the art of hacking. When Clint had the good fortune to return home for the holidays, the long farm table was always boisterous, but filled with laughter. The gathering at the Coles table was about to head into the weeds. "Would you look at the time?" Adeline said. "We're expected at Ritchie Ranch for dessert. We hate to dine and dash, but it's tricky trying to squeeze everything in." She went to the other side of the table and lifted her grandmother to her feet. Clint heard her whisper, "Nana, we're busting you out of here." Clint had been in hostage situations, caught in the crossfire between enemies, and Bud's training, but never was he so relieved and thankful to leave the Cole household. And even more thankful to rescue Adeline from it. His feelings for her were deep. They penetrated mere acquaintance status and the next step of liking her. She'd made a home in his heart, the place where love dwelled. Chapter 13. Adeline. Adeline helped Nana into the Jeep and then hopped in the back. "Well, that went sideways if it was ever going the right way to begin with. I'm sorry about my brother, mother, father.
Don't be,
Clint replied warmly. But it was a disaster.
Could have been worse, Clint said. Remember, we were there for a purpose.
And we found out nothing. Adeline didn't hate her family, but she didn't like them. They were selfish, greedy, and conniving. What I can't figure out is why my mother insists on keeping Lance around.
The man has desirable skills.
What, being a nerd? She wanted to laugh, but couldn't get past how perturbed she was at her family.
Computer skills for sure. He's helping Rex with something. The digital documents, more than likely. I'm a highly trained soldier, but I also know my way around the internet. I'll figure it out,
Clint said. The sun was low in the sky and wreathed in wispy clouds. Adeline took her first deep breath of the day. Between Clint's confidence and care and being out of the house she grew up in, along with having taken Nana with her, hope crested inside. Adeline leaned forward between the front seats. Nana, I'm sorry about all that. Her grandmother remained silent as always. We're going to have a proper dessert, Adeline added. She'd never been to the Ritchies' house for a holiday meal, but had a feeling it was going to be better than the aspic and foie gras her mother pretended to make. Cars and trucks filled the driveway at the main ranch house, where Clint had brought her after her blood sugar episode. The late autumn air had a nip to it. Clint wrapped his arm around her and rubbed her back to warm her up. Then he helped Nana up the stone walkway. Even from outside, the house overflowed with laughter and light. He sauntered right in the house with a robust, "Hello." No housekeeper to greet them or take their coats, but numerous voices drew them in for pumpkin pie, apple pie, pecan pie, sweet potato pie, and the promise of homemade whipped cream.
"You're just in time for dessert,"
Clint's Uncle Hunter hollered. Adeline recognized almost everyone from church. Not one person looked at her or Nana in question, or made a nasty comment. It was like night and day compared to her house. Kids raced around, dogs licked up the scraps. The older aunts and uncles gathered around the table. Aunt Shawnee's eyes landed on Nana. She bustled over. "We're so glad you're here," she said, as though expecting the octogenarian. "Maybe you can help us settle a dispute. You see, Fred claims the pecan pie his wife Paula made is too dry. That sneak snuck a bite of the filling. You come around for meals with us often enough and you'll find he has an opinion on everything. But you tell us what you think." At that, Nana vanished to the table, but Adeline knew she was in good hands. Clint's hand trailed behind him, reaching for Adeline's as they wove through the crowd of teens huddled around a cell phone. The under-10 set wearing pilgrim costumes and singing with a toddler who shuffled around with a felt turkey suit on. Adeline smiled and tears brimmed in her eyes. The scene was so full of joy. Would she ever truly be a part of it? Even though no one said anything, she felt like she wore a dark mark signifying her last name Cole. She didn't want to be an outsider, but worried her family would always render her the rival, the enemy, an outsider. As though reading her emotions, Clint squeezed her hand.
"Ah, here we are, the dessert table. Now I'm normally a very health-conscious guy."
When he wore those white t-shirts, the washboard abs underneath supported that claim. Her cheeks warmed. Clint continued.
"But I have to sample at least a sliver of each of these pies."
"Count me in," Adeline said, "and a heaping scoop of whipped cream." "I'll do you one better," one of his aunts or cousins or someone said. "How about ice cream, too?" She winked. While they dished up, Clint introduced her to so many people and their place on the family tree, she lost track of names. Jameson, Travis, Brett, Kitty, June, Holt, Hannah, Tucker, Chevy, Charlie, and others blended together. Then there were his parents, Ruth and Joseph, a lovely couple who doted on their son like the hero he was. The long farm table somehow fit everyone except the kids' table in the adjoining kitchen. Parker and Amelia stood at the top. Everyone joined hands. Parker said,
"I know we already said our blessing, but I want this dessert together to remind y'all to savor the sweet things in life. This season has been a tricky one for us, but if we keep our eyes out for things to be grateful for, we'll see more of that. I, for one, am thankful for faith in our Lord Almighty who graces us with the blessing of this life, this family, and our farm. Also the love we share. And boy, do I love this apple pie and the woman who made it. Before you dig in, take a moment to tell the person next to you something you're grateful for."
A round of clapping and hooting followed. Clint turned to Adeline.
"I didn't know that kiss in the parking lot at the diner would lead to this, but I'm sure thankful it did."
Adeline mocked offense. "What, you mean you didn't like that kiss?"
"Oh, I liked it all right, but I didn't think I'd ever get another one."
They both laughed. "I'm thankful that we didn't let our family history come between us." Adeline leaned over and pecked him on the cheek. She scanned the table for Nana, who sat wedged between Aunt Shawnee and Aunt Paula. The two of them were talking and squawking. Meanwhile, Marie Cole wore a magnificent smile. When everyone had their fill, Amelia called, "I hope everyone brought their elastic pants."
"How about we take our annual post-dessert gobble-wobble?"
Parker suggested. Clint leaned in. She inhaled his cider and split wood scent.
"That's what we call a walk when you're so full you don't know if you're gonna gobble or wobble."
Adeline giggled. Her stomach was full, but so was her heart. Full of affection and something more for Mr. Navy SEAL Cowboy. Something that started with an L, ended with an E, and had an O and a V sandwiched in the middle.
"First, I was hoping you could catch us up on Operation Rescue Ritchie Ranch,"
Tucker, Parker's younger brother, said. Several others called out in agreement. Parker took a long sip of water, then said,
"You all know about the map my father left along with his will. There was an arrangement of trees made to look like an arrow. That led us to the fire tower."
"That thing is still standing?" one of the older uncles asked. "Barely," Amelia replied. "Inside we found a second map. It was printed with the names for gold and gems in Spanish. Thanks to Hattie's genius, it led us to a map in the old car wreck." The same old-timer said,
"That rust heap is still out there? I remember when we were kids, we tried to salvage the thing. Whoever ran the rubber off the road sure didn't want it to be found."
"We know that the vehicle belonged to Richard Beckett. I've traced his family and managed to get a hold of a granddaughter, but our email exchanges haven't amounted to much. She's looking into a few things for me, though."
"There we found another map with stars on it. The prominent ones align with the 5 points. We've scoured those areas and came up with nothing. It's a dead end. Except we found some coins,"
Clint added. Adeline cleared her throat. It was time to address the elephant in the room. Her. Well, her status as a Cole. "You all probably know the story about Thomas going to Florida, finding pirate treasure, hiding it here, then going west to mine for gold. You also probably know that on the way back he was robbed. I have reason to believe my great-grandfather Bodie Cole was involved." She eyed her grandmother. Marie had gone very still.
"Thank you, Adeline," Parker said. "As everyone knows, we're up against the clock with the auction in less than 5 days. Amelia has been searching every avenue to prove this land is ours outright, and the state has no claim." "The whole thing is fishy," Tucker said. "We agree, but as it stands, we have no way to prove that other than demonstrating a digital document has been falsified. Right now, it looks like the real thing."
Adeline had her suspicions about how Rex was involved in that. If Clint's hunch was right, Lance too, but how could she expose them? The only thing she could think of was to go straight into the enemy lair. Unfortunately, the enemy was her family, if she could call them that. But she couldn't bear to see anything happen to this family. They were so hopeful, so faithful, so kind. The Ritchies weren't afraid to work hard and get dirty. Maybe she would have to do that too. Chapter 14. Clint. Clint felt at home on the ranch as the Ritchie family started out on the gobble-wobble, especially so because Adeline was there. They hadn't discussed the future, when she'd leave again, and what would happen. He was all right with that. After more than a couple close shaves with death during his time on active duty, he'd learned to live in the present. The Ritchie family walked along a trail behind the big barn, with Parker and Amelia in the front. "You think it's all right that we left Nana with Aunt Shawnee and Aunt Paula?" Adeline asked.
"They'll probably still be at the table yakking away when we get back."
Clint chuckled. "But Nana doesn't talk."
"She cleaned her plate, meaning she liked the pecan pie. Sometimes actions speak louder than words."
"Either that or she was half-starved after the menu at my mother's." Clint winced.
"I can't say I was a fan of the oyster stuffing."
Adeline wrinkled her nose. "When I was a kid, the cook would sneak me tater tots." Clint chuckled.
"I cannot imagine little Adeline growing up there."
"Oh, believe it, I was a snot."
"If that was the case, what straightened you out?"
"Nana. Her silence jarred me to think critically, to think carefully, to really look at our family dynamics, what was going on. We paraded through Smuggler's Springs like we were entitled to the town. And then Shadow," one of Camden's daughters, ran up between Clint and Adeline, grabbed each of their hands, and dragged them forward at a light trot. "Come on, Uncle Clint. We're going to see the old moldy car." Adeline giggled.
"Do you mean the old rusty car?"
he asked. "Yeah, that's the one." He'd gathered that after hearing the dessert discussion, some of the younger kids wanted to see the Packard twin roadster. Walking with little Willa between himself and Adeline, he felt deeply connected to family, and he wondered about having a family of his own someday. What would it be like to be a father, a husband, and share ranch life with them? For 2 decades, he'd been running on adrenaline. But the idea of settling down teased him with a deep sense of peace, permanence, and belonging. They wound along the trails, up a hill, and then down into the valley. Brambles and wispy grass covered the land in shades of muted green and gold. Adeline looked around with awe, wonder. The Treasure Hills didn't disappoint in the autumn or spring, or any season for that matter. Each time of year displayed its distinct beauty. He felt full, and not just because of the pie. By the time they reached the car, his leg had ached a bit. It would probably rain soon. Parker recited the story that brought them there where they'd discovered the map. Hattie held her phone out with Duke's image filling the screen on a video call. Everyone paused to say hello to him.
"Fam, I'm counting on you to figure out the rest of this mystery. When I come home in February, I expect things to be back to normal because Hattie and I are getting married," Duke said through the phone. Cheering came from all around. "Happy Thanksgiving." The screen went dark after he hung up. His fiancée beamed. "Okay, back to the map. Let's put our heads together," Parker said. All at once, everyone's cell phones pinged with messages. "I just sent everyone a copy of the map filled with stars that we found right here. We think the constellation is of Cygnus the Swan flying west." "That seems to point to Thomas going west for the gold," Clint chimed in, recalling the story. Parker nodded. "If you look closely, it's also composed of 5 distinct stars that form the Northern Cross." Adeline looked over his shoulder at the image. She smelled sweet and fruity and fresh. "That cross formation seems to point to Jesus," Adeline added, echoing what he said about the swan. Amelia called to everyone. "If you head up to the ridge, you can see that the 5 points of the star on the map correspond to the 5 points on the ranch." She pointed in the general direction that Clint knew all too well.
He explained to Adeline.
They're like hills, high spots where you can get a measure of your surroundings. We've combed them top to bottom, but haven't found another map or anything like it.
We do have a key, Amelia added, holding it up. Like for a treasure chest? Willa asked.
If you can find it, you can have whatever is inside.
Parker winked. I hope it's a crown. Camden whispered to his daughter.
Uncle Parker is joking. Whatever is in the chest belongs to the entire family.
Want to head up to the ridge Amelia mentioned? Adeline asked. Everyone mulled around, gazing from the map on their phones to the surroundings to the sky. The sun hadn't set, but clouds gathered. Clint's leg was being stubborn. With the prosthesis, his gait and distribution of weight made a difference. He'd stupidly worn a pair of dress shoes instead of his boots, which were far more comfortable. Nonetheless, they went to the ridge. Amelia gazed across the dry brush ridge, speckled with trees boasting their autumn colors. Others were already bare. It was golden hour, and the sun shone in Adeline's hair and upon her smooth skin. Fall always reminded him of a time of letting go. Sadness swept through him. She'd soon leave to return to her work. He'd have to let her go, too. But at least that time, unlike with Zoe, he could prepare himself for the hurt. She smoothed her hand along his button-down shirt. Penny for your thoughts?
You mean a buffalo nickel?
He said. She giggled. As long as it's missing a leg, I'll take it.
Are you making an amputee joke? You need special clearance for that.
She held her hands up in mock arrest.
Like I told your family, I'm not a cop.
But I wouldn't want to meet you in a dark alley.
What about on a ranch near sunset?
He glided his hands through a lock of her hair. I'd say yes to that.
Good thing, because here we are.
Clint's voice lowered to a velvety register. She lifted onto her toes. He lowered to meet her lips. Her eyes, fringed by dark lashes, fluttered shut. His pulse doubled. Lightning crackled between them, sending a bolt directly to his heart. Then his jaw dropped. He didn't want to interrupt the kiss, but unable to close his eyes in case he missed a moment of Adeline's beauty over her shoulder, he glimpsed the way the sun shining on the 5 points made the formation look like a saddle on horseback. Adeline blinked her eyes open, confused. Clint pointed.
Do you see that?
She tilted her head from side to side. You mean like Shadow with a saddle on her back? She laughed. I used to ride along that ridge over there, she pointed. The vantage point must be similar to our property, because I always joked that it was a giant horse we were trying to catch up to. Clint's breath dropped from his lungs.
I used to play games like that too. Hide and seek in the cave and explorers in the...
He trailed off as a memory snapped into place.
I know where the chest is.
He repeated it louder. Everyone gathered around.
The old stone barn, the one Thomas built when he settled here.
The sun kissed the hills, and his kiss with Adeline would have to wait, as he took her hand, leading her forward. The light was dusky by the time they reached the stone barn with a gabled roof, built into the side of the hill. It was a testament of craftsmanship that the building still stood, plumb, and as though engineered with modern technology. As they neared, Clint forced himself to slow down due to the ache in his leg. Otherwise, he'd pay for it the next day. But he and Adeline were still ahead of the pack. Clint, that barn right there is a gem. She told him about her collection of books about old barns, postcards, and calendars.
This is the oldest building on the Ritchie property. The first one built too, and still standing. Kind of like us, it has weathered storms, fallow seasons, and lots of joy in between. If memory serves, my great-grandfather and his crew hauled the stones from the creek and built it across 2 summers. It's been empty for at least 75.
75 years? Why don't you use it anymore?
I don't rightly know. We moved everything to the big barn, which is closer to the grid. I suppose getting electricity out here would have been a hassle back then. No problem now.
He shrugged. As they neared the double doors, everyone stopped at Clint and Adeline's backs. Even in the fading day, a large image of a horse with a saddle was branded into the wood. "That looks like what we just saw take shape from the 5 points," Adeline breathed. Clint stepped forward and slowly opened the doors. They creaked, and cobwebs spread, then snapped. A collection of phone flashlights shined into the dark, cavernous space. A bird flew between the rafters. Everyone was quiet as they stepped inside. Clint hadn't been in there since he was a teenager, but before tiring out his leg anymore, he took a mental inventory of the space and what he remembered. The tack room with stairs to a small loft space was on the eastern side. Otherwise, it was relatively open, except for the stable areas and storage. With Adeline's hand in his, he hauled off toward the tack room. Her eyes were wide. Whether it was because it was getting dark or because she was in awe of the space, he wasn't sure. Then he recalled her mentioning she'd like a barn of her own someday. Dust covered every surface in the tack room, including the saddle racks made of rough sawn wood, the bins and shelves. Otherwise, it was relatively empty. A wide workbench ran along the back wall, and above it they branded the same image of the horse and saddle into the wood.
My grandfather took me out here once. He said his father grew up riding bareback, but used to make saddles.
Clint stepped forward as though moving through history.
Each one had this symbol branded into the leather.
Adeline ran her fingers along the wooden wall, tracing the shape of the horse.
As a SEAL, they trained us to look for the weak spots and vulnerabilities, whether in a building or in a person. But I learned that looking for strength and sturdiness was equally important.
He stepped closer.
This building is made of stone, but these wooden planks run vertical, adding to what builders call sheer strength. In other words, it's made to resist wind, seismic activity, or anything that threatens it.
Clint was in the zone, fully focused on the barn wall. His senses fired and adrenaline rocked through his veins.
Please shine your light this way.
Adeline did, sweeping the floor and then the wall with her phone's flashlight. He gestured she move back to the dusty floor. He looked carefully, tracking a smooth line on either side of the table and moving outward from its legs.
I also wonder if they built this wall to conceal something.
He ducked down, looking under the table, then climbed up, testing the top and bottom of the planks. Realization dawned as Parker, Amelia, and a few others found them in the tack room.
"Help me move this table,"
Clint said, shifting into command. In moments, he was carefully removing the planks that made up the horse and saddle symbol, revealing a hidden recess built into the stone. A chest sat in the center. Clint turned to Adeline, scooped her up in a hug, and then hooted to his cousin, Amelia, and everyone else as they filtered inside. Chapter 15. Adeline. Everything was happening so fast between Adeline and Clint, and with the discovery of the chest. He and Parker took the lead, and she slid to the back so the family could see what was rightfully theirs. When Clint's hand was in hers, she felt like she belonged. But when she lost that connection, misgivings cluttered her mind. She wasn't a Ritchie. She was a Cole. She shouldn't have even been with the family in the barn, and wondered what Nana was doing. She hoped she was okay and the other women didn't think she was weird for not speaking in 20 years. Adeline sighed, but a cheer cut short the deep satisfaction that came from that kind of exhalation. Amelia produced a key and slid it into the lock in the center of the chest. Adeline peered over the heads of some of the cousins. Parker opened the wooden lid. Everyone went quiet. He pulled out a thick book.
It's a Bible.
The dusty pages were brittle. Amelia, a history buff, took it carefully into her hands. It's your family Bible. Together they read out the names of ancestors until Parker said,
Salvador Ricardi de Malaga.
Then they moved forward in time with names she recognized from Clint's stories.
Helene, his wife, Eduardo and Beckett, 2 of his 6 sons, Thomas, Everett,
and many others until Parker's voice slowed.
Clay Ritchie, that was your father,
Clint said on a whisper.
How?
It seemed everyone caught on at once and started chattering. Adeline gathered that the Bible contained names predating Salvador Ricardi de Malaga. But many of the other family members added their names to it in the time since, including Clay, who'd initiated the treasure hunt. Had he put the Bible back? And if so, why? Above the cacophony, Clint said,
There's something else, a thin scroll of paper.
He passed it to Amelia, trading her for the Bible, since she seemed to know best how to handle old documents.
Well, whatever it is, this is the real treasure.
Clint held up the holy book. A chorus of amens echoed. It's another map, Amelia said, gazing at the now open scroll.
You reckon this one came from Thomas himself?
Parker asked. Since his name is in the corner, I'd say yes. Hattie pointed.
And I'd say this leads to whatever treasure he hid here, since it looks like X marks the spot.
Clint pointed to the map. Adeline couldn't see it clearly, but imagined an old pirate map like from the movies.
But where do we start? There's an X, but no ABC.
Everyone shuffled around, taking turns with the documents. Amelia sat on the table Clint and Parker had moved. Adeline hopped up and sat next to her. A question took shape in Adeline's mind while she'd watched Clint, Parker, and Amelia working so closely together. It was no secret her father was Abbott Ames, who'd recently lost the election for the position of the Attorney General. Apparently, he had a gambling problem. However, it was a relative secret that Adeline's brother Rex frequented the private card rooms around the state. Adeline wasn't fully tapped into the pipeline, but Rex and Abbott's collusion had reached her ears. She opened with a harmless question, and one she was genuinely curious about. Your rings are beautiful. How did Parker propose? Amelia lit up and told the romantic story of their horseback ride and when he popped the question by the creek. She shared about their wedding back in September and the whirlwind since. I'll tell you what, these Ritchies know how to family. Is that a verb? Adeline asked around a laugh. It's officially part of my vocabulary. They welcome you in with open arms and don't let you go. I'm the luckiest girl alive. And if my senses are accurate, you may be too before long. Adeline fluttered her fingers nervously. I don't know about that. I just came here to collect a horse. That's just it. Don't think so hard about it. Follow your heart. Adeline slouched. My mind just won't shut up with the reminder that my last name is Cole. Amelia looked at Adeline thoughtfully. And mine was Ames. You know about my father and your brother, right? Amelia confirmed what Adeline assumed about Rex paying off Abbott's bad debt. But where did he get the money? Sure, he was a lawyer, but he also had a new sports car, truck, and loads of other big boy toys. He spent money like he was trying to outrun tumbleweed. As far as Adeline knew, there wasn't much of it left in the Cole bank account. It was crude and cruel, but from where Adeline sat, it seemed like her parents were waiting for Nana to die so she'd pass on her fortune. And they accepted you? Adeline asked Amelia. I was honest, helpful, and loyal. I think that's about all the Ritchies need to make you a member of the clan. The idea of having a family that ate dessert around the table, laughed, took a gobble-wobble, and worked together to save something they believed in made Adeline's heart surge with affection and love. Amelia patted her hand. Trust, but be a Mary, not a Martha. She winked. In other words, don't try too hard. Make sure your heart is in the right place and everything will come together. She was wise, and she was right. Adeline had one more question. I don't mean to pry, but with the ranch in trouble, How did Parker afford such a fancy ring? The deadline to save the ranch from the state's supposed claim on their oil loomed. Amelia flashed the engagement ring on her left hand. I'm certain we found the real treasure in that Bible like Clint said, which says a lot about the man. But I think there's more out here, hidden somewhere. I reckon your brother thinks so too. Like those coins, it'll turn up. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Adeline had to find out more about Bodie Cole. She had a feeling he was the missing link. While in the barn, they'd missed the last light of the day. Clouds covered the moon and moisture filled the air, making the stone-strewn ground slick. Everyone scrambled with the lights shining on their phones as they made their way back to the main house. Clint walked beside Adeline, then stumbled. You okay? She asked, reaching for him. Concern laced her voice. He'd been limping on their walk earlier. I'm fine, he snarled. She flinched like the words were a slap across the face. He walked a pace or two ahead of her the rest of the way and in complete silence. Adeline's stomach nodded. Nana, who was still back at the house, didn't speak either. It wasn't anything new. She could handle it. Clint had an eventful day. The candle Amelia lit in Adeline's heart about marriage guttered and then went out, leaving her in the dark. Back at the house, the aunts and Nana sat at the table with tea. The kitchen was clean. As everyone filtered in, they shared about the Bible and discovery. Parker brought the Bible back to inscribe the additions to the family inside. He also had the map. Amidst the chatter, Adeline learned they were going to return the Bible and likely the map after they discovered what it led to. It seemed previous generations had done the same, most recently with Clay. She had the feeling that before Parker passed, he'd leave a map for his descendants too.
I wonder why this is all news to me, Uncle Hunter said. When and how did Clay come across it?
Must be the Ritchie family's best-kept secret. Hattie tapped her chin. Clint spun his keys on his finger like he was ready to leave as the others debated the topic. Adeline took the hint. Let me grab Nana. It looks like she's enjoying the chaos. That just barely won her a smile. It was like since Clint had stumbled, he'd shut down. She wasn't feeling tip-top either and wanted to get back to the hotel so she could check her glucose levels in peace. Adeline told her grandmother it was time to go and made her rounds, saying goodbye and thanking everyone for their hospitality. Clint lingered by the door, as though impatient and eager to leave. Did he want to get rid of her as Dylan had? Despite her iron stomach, the knot tightened. She waited for Nana halfway between Clint and the kitchen. A familiar voice filtered from the others. And for the record, the pecan pie was perfect. Adeline blinked a few times, wondering if she ought to grab a slice for the road to bring her blood sugar up. It had been a long day, and it was almost like she was hearing things above the chatter. Clint had opened the door and stood halfway out, so she brushed it off. The ride back to Dry Brush Ridge Care Home was exceedingly quiet, with just the tires shushing on the damp road. Adeline must have imagined her grandmother commenting on the pie. They made sure Marie got safely inside and then headed back to Smuggler's Springs. All the while, Clint remained quiet. Doubt deepened, burrowed, and carved a hole inside Adeline's mind. Maybe after seeing the contrast between the Coles and his family, Clint decided pursuing a relationship was too much trouble. Or, more likely, since he knew she'd be leaving before long, he wanted to distance himself. She'd learned in psychology that sometimes people pulled away, thinking they were protecting themselves. They'd create space with the idea that the inevitable goodbye would be easier. That was rarely the case. Adeline continued to run through scenarios and possibilities until they pulled up at the bed and breakfast. Thanks for everything tonight. It was delicious and eventful. I'm glad your family got answers, and I'm awfully sorry about mine. She started to get out of the Jeep, then paused. Clint, did you hear my Nana say something earlier?" He shook his head. Of course, he wouldn't know what her voice sounded like. They exchanged a quick kiss on the cheek. Adeline watched the red taillights, surrounded by a misty halo in the light rain, disappear before going inside. Even though her belly was no longer overly full from the delicious dessert, Adeline hardly slept Thanksgiving night. She replayed the entire day in her mind repeatedly. Bringing Clint to her parents' house for reconnaissance was pointless. They learned nothing. In fact, it probably made things worse. How could he like her if she came from such dreadful people? Sure, her father hadn't said much, but his judgmental silence was almost worse. Her mother was hypocritical and ridiculous. They'd stashed Nana in the care home, were rude and entitled. Then there was the whole Rex and Lance thing, which she couldn't figure out. What did Rex want? Why was Lance still hanging around? The whole thing was awkward and weird, which was the exact opposite of the evening at the Ritchies' house. Likely, Clint saw the reality of what their future would look like and decided that between that and the close call with her low blood sugar, she was too much trouble and not worth it. Adeline was leaving anyway, right? What about Nana? Adeline would leave Smuggler's Springs, but she wouldn't go far. She'd find a place to live with Nana. Her resolve strengthened. She wouldn't leave Nana at the home. She'd find a new one for them. But Adeline couldn't help but feel a little ache at the idea that it would never be with Clint. The thought of Nana commenting on the pie played round and round in her mind until dawn peeked through the lace curtains in her room at the bed and breakfast. She showered and dressed before driving out to Dry Brush Ridge. She'd do whatever it took to start a new life with her grandmother, so she didn't have to live out her days alone. Nancy sat behind the front desk again. She busied herself with paperwork when she saw Adeline walk in. "Good morning." Nancy shifted uncomfortably. "Do not tell me your name." Adeline frowned. "What? You're here to see Marie Cole, correct?" She nodded. "Yes, she's my—" Nancy rapidly shook her head. "I was told not to allow Adeline Cole to visit Marie Cole. However, since I don't know your name—" Nancy cleared her throat like the situation was painful. "I'll just let her know she has a visitor." Adeline caught on. Her parents had forbidden her from visiting Nana. Could they do that? Even though it was up to her grandmother who visited, they weren't above slipping people money to have their way. She let out a long breath. "Right, I'm here to see Marie. Thank you, Nancy." She lifted the receiver of the phone to ring Marie Cole. When the white-haired woman passed through the little door and into the visiting area, Adeline wrapped her arms around her grandmother in a big hug. She needed one right then, so she gave one. Something knocked into Adeline's leg. She looked down. Nana held a suitcase. "Come on, let's get out of here. I haven't stayed at the bed and breakfast since my wedding night. That was back when the house your parents kicked me out of was still being built." Adeline's mouth hung open. "Nana?" She reached into her bag for her glucose meter. Blurry vision, lightheadedness, and confusion were all symptoms of low blood sugar for people with type 1 diabetes. But something must have been wrong. She was hearing things. Nana placed her hand on Adeline's arm. "Addie, you're fine. Let's go." For the first time since she could remember, hearing her nickname didn't fill her with distaste. Rather, fondness and comfort. With a glance over her shoulder and a smile of gratitude at Nancy, they exited the care home. The woman behind the desk gave a slight nod and then smiled, likely glad to see Marie Cole reunited with family who cared. Nana got into the car. Adeline said a prayer that she wasn't imagining things before getting behind the wheel. "You're wondering why I finally broke my silence, right?" Adeline felt shaky but took a deep breath. "Yes." Yesterday I saw something that spoke to my heart, something I hadn't seen since those early days when I met your grandfather. What you have with Clint is real. But I told you how it all started. Our luggage mix-up, me reverting to childlike behavior to protect myself from my mother's insistence I get married by telling him to be my fake boyfriend. Whatever has happened since made it real, true, Nana said firmly. I played the role of silent observer for so long I see things differently than someone quick to interject with their thoughts, their words. He was distant last night. I don't know, Nana, but I do know you're not going back to Dry Brush Ridge. I'm going to get us a place. We'll live together. It'll be great. Thank you, Addie. I'm looking forward to it. In the meantime, let's go get breakfast, and I'll tell you why I took my vow of silence and how we're going to fix things.
Chapter 16. Clint. When Clint began active duty as a Navy SEAL, he learned to compartmentalize his thoughts. It was a necessity so he could sleep after seeing the horrors of war and disturbing actions of the enemy. However, the night of Thanksgiving, he tossed and turned. The meal at the Coles' house was entirely unpleasant, but that was to be expected. It gave him a deeper insight into what Adeline was trying to escape. As far as he was concerned, her grandmother was better off at the care home than having to live with those terrible people. Then again, family belonged with family. That was his belief anyway. Adeline traveled for work, and he couldn't imagine her bringing her grandmother along, but perhaps they'd find a place to settle down. She'd made it clear she didn't like Smuggler's Springs, so there was no chance she'd stay home. After talking to Lance about his work, Clint gleaned he was familiar with certain protocols and backdoor entries into computer programs and applications. The guy made it sound fancy, while Clint pretended it was over his head and impressive. Lance was smart, but likely didn't make the connection that Navy SEALs weren't just warriors with weapons. Some, like Clint, had to be the ones to do the detecting, the research and discovery to locate enemy activity. Oftentimes, they traced money and banking to track down bad guys. He had a hunch to follow that trail to figure out what was going on with the Coles and why Rex was attacking the Ritchie family. As Clint mulled it over, Adeline repeatedly popped into his mind with her lioness hair, jade eyes, and curves. Then there was her personality. She was kind and caring, considerate and hardworking. The woman was perfect. However, he was not. His leg had ached all through the gobble-wobble. He'd gobbled, but he'd also wobbled. It was probably the rain, but then he'd slipped. Clint was sure-footed. That rarely happened. In the dark, his pulse thundered. He'd fallen in love with Adeline. But what if he actually fell? What if something else happened and he couldn't take care of her like she deserved, like her mother wanted for her in a man? His chest cratered against his rapid heart because it knew the truth. As soon as she saw him for what he was, she'd leave, just like Zoe. Women didn't want a weak man, not one who got thrown from a horse and not one missing half his leg. Clint couldn't lay there a moment longer thinking about letting her go. He had to. He'd decided to break things off. It was better for her, easier for him. He finally flipped on the laptop. Never thought he'd have one in the cabin. When he was assigned the desk job, it turned out he was skilled at computer hacking. Not something he wanted in his wheelhouse, but had a mind for numbers and computer code. It was his job to hack the hackers. Locating the Cole accounts and then tapping into the database took some time, but he was on to something and following a lead when boots barked. He took notes, then got up to let her out. The morning was fresh. The sun sparkled off the dewy grass and fallen leaves. It was almost December.
He was glad he'd be home for Christmas and planned on spoiling Camden's kids and all the cousins. Maybe he'd even dress up as Santa. Boots took off across the field. The stone barn stood in the distance, and the night before played back. Discovering the Bible and the map. He'd head over to check in with Parker and Amelia later, see if they made any headway. Then he remembered he had a session with Adeline. He didn't want to do the equine-assisted therapy anymore. Didn't need it. He was fine. But he'd use the opportunity to end things with her. His leg felt better than it did the day before, but he took the Jeep over to the stable anyway. As a SEAL, he always had an exit strategy, often more than one. Adeline smiled upon his approach. Thankfully, he wasn't limping and stood tall, proud, unshakable. Not the kind of man who'd go back on his decision upon seeing her bright eyes, her beaming smile, or the gentle confidence in her carriage. "Good morning. I have so much to tell you. But since we're on the clock and you've made so much progress, how about we grab something to eat afterward? I ate so much yesterday I hardly had room for breakfast." Clint remained stone-faced. Laughter died on Adeline's lips. Is something wrong? He wanted to plant his hands on her shoulders to steady himself. He was about to shake up their world. Her expression fell like she knew what was coming. She was leaving anyway. What did it matter? Keep telling yourself that, soldier. She stepped back, as though dizzy. We're done with our sessions, Adeline. Done altogether. The words came out thick, slow, ugly. Her throat bobbed. Right, I was thinking the same thing. We blurred the lines. Plus, you're a Ritchie and I'm a Cole. We were fooling ourselves, right? He wasn't sure at all, but if she felt the same way, then it was meant to be. Right. Coles think money can buy success. She flinched, like the words stung. Ritchies think they're all high and mighty, virtuous. I get it. About money, I have something to tell you about Lance. He'd give her the lead on that info at least. No sense in keeping what was going on with her Nana's money from her. Just then, Parker rode into the stable on a horse named Kip. Come on, guys, we figured out the map. They were days away from losing the ranch to the state. If the map led to a hidden fortune, maybe they'd be able to delay it, giving Clint a chance to make a case against the Coles. He wished he'd looked into it sooner. As Adeline stood in the middle of the stable, with the morning sun at her back, he also wished things had been different between them. He turned and didn't look back. Clint hopped into the Jeep, following the trail where Parker rode, leading numerous family members on horses and ATVs. Parker, Amelia, Hattie, Uncle Hunter, Aunt Shawnee, Camden, and several others stood at Lover's Crescent. You come to kiss your bride? Jameson teased Parker. Nope, we're going caving. He got down from Kip. I'm not going in there, Jameson hollered back. Don't you remember I got stuck that time? Thought I was going to die in that gap. Been claustrophobic ever since. Clint laughed, remembering that well, although it was a different cave. We think there's another entrance. Amelia held the map. See these hash marks here? They match this ridge that's kind of shaped like a heart. I thought it was called Lover's Crescent because... Uncle Hunter cut Jameson off. I see it. Blur your eyes and ignore the bramble. The crescent looks like a heart that isn't quite closed at the bottom. Clint saw it too, but that was likely part of his training. He noticed everything. Amelia oriented the map, consulting Hattie. He'd learned she was the one who'd cracked the Fibonacci sequence, solving the mystery of the third map. Now they had a fourth, made by Thomas Ritchie himself. Everyone spread out. There's a double entrance, and we want the one on the right, Amelia called. Standing on the Jeep's hood, Clint surveyed the area. He spotted a slim cleft to the eastern side of the crescent. He walked over. Sure enough, it was an entrance with a second one to the right, shaped like a kidney bean at first glance, or a saddle, and grown over with bramble.
"I think I found it,"
he shouted. Footsteps pattered closer. Again, they consulted the map.
"I think this is it."
Excitement filled Parker's voice. One by one, they slipped through. Aunt Shawnee said, "I'll remain outside and act as a lookout."
"I'll keep you company,"
Jameson said, stepping slowly back, likely to put distance between himself and the small enclosed space. However, when Clint went through, it opened to a cathedral of stone, dripping with condensation. Voices echoed as everyone spread out, exploring. Clint surveyed the space with a flashlight he'd grabbed from the Jeep. His gaze landed on a pool of water in the center. It may have been a coincidence, but it looked an awful lot like the brand on the stone barn.
"I think we ride this way."
He pointed forward from the direction the horse faced. Hattie, Parker, and Amelia hurried over. "Yes, this is where we start." Amelia pointed to the same symbol on the map. "When Clay was telling me those old stories, he mentioned that Parker's feet were bigger. So if it's this many steps to the treasure, it might be a few less for Parker. Unless his feet happen to be the same size as Thomas's were," Hattie added smartly.
"In any event, we have to go down that tunnel,"
Clint said, pointing to one of the many arteries running away from the central part of the cave. Everyone herded together toward the dark tunnel, with phones and flashlights glancing off the narrowing walls.
"Looks like a dead end,"
Parker said. Clint narrowed his eyes, looking, sensing. Then he felt the gust. He waved his hand.
"Anyone else feel that?"
He moved closer.
"Air is filtering through, which must mean there's an opening."
Everyone backed up to let him get closer. The passage appeared to end, but a thick piece of slate blocked an opening. Clint drew a deep breath. Motivated by adrenaline, he shifted the thing over enough to look beyond. The lights caught glimmers and sparkles. A deep laugh thundered from his chest and echoed.
"Guys, you're not going to believe this."
He stepped aside to let Parker go first.
"There's another chest,"
Parker said from the vast cathedral filled with silver, gold, and colorful jewels. "Lots and lots of treasure surrounds the chest." Hattie breathed in awe, as if no one else had noticed. "Pirate treasure," Amelia said. Parker opened the treasure chest using the same key. Another scroll laid inside. Amelia rolled it open and held it for Parker to read.
"To my intrepid ancestors, you made it this far, and for that I commend you. What you see here is the result of discovering my great-grandfather, Captain Cruel's treasure hoard. When Salvador Ricardi de Malaga wed his daughter Helene, he swore vengeance on the Spanish sailor. Unfortunately, he kidnapped Beckett, one of their sons, and my father, Eduardo's brother. Years later, I located him. He was old, but having grown up a pirate himself, had no trouble robbing from his grandfather, the pirate. Together, we located the treasure Kroll had hidden before his death in a bloody mutiny."
Parker paused. "Wow," several people said at once.
"Beckett took some of the treasure for himself, but said the rest belonged to the Ricardi family, who'd by then become the Ritchies. In that same spirit, I've left it here for you and future generations. I invite you to take one item each, according to your need and desire, then return the map and make a new one so we may all continue our legacy."
"Wow," Clint repeated. "Grandpa Everett must have taken the ring for your grandmother," Amelia said, flashing her hand. Parker glanced at the treasure and then hugged her.
"I have everything I need right here."
Clint admired the wealth, the gold goblets and platters, crowns and jewelry studded with gems. None of it would fill the emptiness he felt. Unlike Parker, he didn't have everything he wanted, and treasure wouldn't change that. But it was over between him and Adeline. However, the treasure would help other family members. If not that, it would connect them to the past and future generations. Clint would help them get out of the fabricated hot water with the state. He just needed more time. After everyone there made a selection, they started back to the tunnel. Someone clamped their hand on Clint's arm. Amelia glanced at Parker. He nodded.
We already have what we want, but you should have this.
She passed him a slim band studded with diamonds.
I don't think that'll fit me, and I'm pretty sure you're already married.
He was about to joke that Parker ought to look after his woman, but the imploring look they gave him was enough to shut his mouth. He knew what they meant by the ring. They'd seen him with Adeline. There was no doubt she'd softened his rough edges. Clint closed his hand around the ring and was about to put it back, but Parker hustled him along.
I took one for Duke and Camden, too. Camden? Yeah, I learned a lot from my father about how to manage a ranch, how to mend a fence, tend horses and cattle, but his biggest and least expected lesson was how to love.
The words pierced Clint's heart, releasing the thunder and lightning that boomed for Adeline. But he left it all behind him in the cave as they made their way back to the others. Everyone agreed to meet up back at the ranch house for lunch and to discuss the discovery. Clint went ahead in the Jeep. When he pulled up, a red truck sat in the driveway along with another car. Anger burst inside him. He braked sharply as Adeline and Rex emerged from the house. Chapter 17. Adeline. Clint's eyes were like flint. Cold apprehension crawled down Adeline's legs.
What are you doing here?
He shouted, bounding down from the Jeep. I know how this looks, but... She held up her hands in surrender to show she had nothing to hide.
Yes, I do. Were you using me the entire time? I knew breaking up with you was the right decision.
The words pierced her heart. Rex sneered like he enjoyed the unfolding scene and his sister's pain and humiliation. Adeline knew how things looked, even though she was at Ritchie Ranch to make things right. She wasn't expecting Clint's forgiveness, but she did want a chance to explain. Hattie and Jameson rolled up on an ATV.
Call Sheriff Stoddard,
Clint ordered. Amelia and Parker rode up on horseback.
What's going on?
Parker asked, lowering from Kip. Would he still trade her for Shadow? The ache deepened in her chest. Now, more than ever, she needed that horse. This won't be the first time there's a high-noon duel on the Ritchie property. At least this time, a Colt single-action pistol won't be involved, Amelia said.
Don't be so quick to assume that, Clint said. If the Coles don't get off this ranch this instant, I'm not against making them. What was the first time?
Parker asked. Soft footsteps pattered closer. Marie Cole had gotten out of the car, parked on the other side of Rex's red truck. The first time was a duel between the Coles and the Ritchies. The feud between our families goes way back, but didn't stop there. I'm here to end the bad blood between us once and for all, Nana said to Adeline's surprise. If ever there was a captive audience, Marie Cole had captured it. Amelia, you can name this chapter in your book Bank Robbers and Bullets, Nana said. The woman had remained silent for 20 years, but she'd talked a blue streak since. They'd stayed up late the night before. Nana had filled Adeline in on her husband's secrets. Together they figured out a plan. Thomas Ritchie returned from the gold rush with a small fortune. Unfortunately, he and Bodie Cole, my late husband's great-grandfather, crossed paths. He gave Thomas chase until they got here to Texas. At gunpoint, Bodie forced Thomas to surrender his bounty.
A Ritchie would never give up that easily,
Clint said. Even when defiant and defensive, his voice made Adeline's knees wobbly. You're right. For one, rumor had it he possessed a secondary treasure to fall back on, but Thomas was also cunning and not above revenge. If Clint's story about him going after Captain Cruel's treasure to avenge his uncle was true, Nana was right on the mark. Thomas returned here to his Texas ranch and gained a new neighbor. Bodie claimed the adjacent land. The families warred until Bodie's untimely death after a skirmish with another cowboy. Thomas passed not too long after. Amelia gasped, but not before he tracked down his cousin, Beckett's son Edward, in Florida. By then his great-uncle had died. He must have told him everything, offering him part of Cruel's treasure. And that brings us to Richard Beckett, the owner of the Packard wrecked out in the canyon. Nana paused dramatically. And the story of the stolen gold passed down through generations. Apparently the thirst for vengeance, too. While the Ritchies here at the ranch rested on their laurels, she eyed Amelia's ring and likely part of the hidden treasure. Richard Beckett, Edward's son, didn't take so kindly to the story of Bodie stealing the gold from Thomas.
True to form, he sought vengeance, Parker added.
Or a simple bank robbery. He attempted to steal it from the safe at the bank.
And your husband's grandfather ran him down, causing the car wreck out there in the canyon? Parker asked.
Good guess. Actually, my husband took those details with him to the grave. However, I do know that neither Richard nor Fitz Cole, my husband's father, acted alone. You see, Richard had a thing for a gal named Lizzie. She was lonely and had a tough home life. He took her on the road with him. Turned out she was Fitz's ex-girlfriend, and he wanted none of that. They fought over her, deepening the family rivalry even though Richard's last name wasn't Ritchie. He was still bound to them by blood and the oath to return the gold.
Whatever happened to it? Amelia asked. Rex stepped forward. You're sitting on treasure, oil and gold. Y'all are just too dumb to realize it.
Clint's nostrils flared and he growled low in his throat. Adeline wanted to warn her brother, but he had what was coming to him. Nana smiled. Eventually they called a truce. Richard could pursue Lizzie and Fitz could keep the gold. I wonder who got there happily ever after, Amelia asked, glancing at her husband with love in her eyes. A police cruiser pulled into the driveway.
I can tell you who isn't going to get his happily ever after unless he counts a joyride to jail as a good time,
Clint muttered. Sheriff Stoddard approached.
I came right away. What all is going on?
Adeline stepped forward. I came here today because I have reason to believe my brother, Rexford Cole, intended to hide a document in the Ritchie house.
So he was trespassing?
Stoddard asked with an eye to Parker.
That means she was too,
Rex said, implicating Adeline. I was trying to stop him.
Nah, you were my accomplice, sis,
Rex laughed darkly. I can prove Adeline's alibi and am prepared to swear she was not his accomplice, Nana said.
Funny that you can speak, though I'm not too sure your vision is reliable, Rex said.
You just won't learn, will you, boy? You keep that up and we'll all see your words are so crooked you'll soon spit up a corkscrew.
Nana shook her head with disappointment.
Rex grimaced. Clint eyed Marie.
Sheriff, if you pay a visit to First Assured Bank in Austin, you'll find records of illegal wire transfers in substantial amounts between Marie Cole's account and one owned by Gas & Go owed by Rexford Cole out of Smuggler Springs, Texas.
That snake, Adeline said, starting toward her brother. Stoddard stood between them. You were taking money from Nana?
What would she need it for? Not like she's leaving the old folks' home anytime soon.
He cut his eyes at her, Clint, and then his grandmother.
Or ever.
Stoddard approached Rex and told him he was under arrest.
I didn't do anything. You've done quite enough. but we'll start with trespassing.
As Stoddard cuffed Rex, a piece of paper fluttered out from under his jacket. Amelia stooped down to pick it up. Her hand clapped over her mouth. This is a hard copy of the digital document about the easement and claim to the land for mineral rights. It was the paper I could never find because it didn't exist. She glared at Rex. Clint stormed forward.
You were going to plant it here to make it look like we had it so we'd lose our land. Don't blame me. Lance was the one who made it.
Why, Rex? What are you doing this for? Adeline asked on the brink of tears.
We're broke, Adeline. Mom and Dad have nothing. We got the letter from the state about the easement. Apparently, Bodie ceded the property to the state for oil if we went into default. I had everything replicated to look like the Ritchies were at risk.
Just to mess with them?
He grimaced. No, because if Lance can get into Nana's account, he'd be able to get a hold of the money from the oil.
That's sinister.
We can't live like paupers. Mother and Father are waiting for Nana to die and leave them her fortune, since she cut them off after they put her in the care home. I'm just trying to make do in the meantime.
He was heartless. She glared. Why not come by $1 honestly? She didn't wait for Rex to answer. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Rex, if you end up in jail, I hope you open your heart to Jesus. I reckon he's the only one who can save you. Adeline stepped over to Nana, whose face remained stony with disappointment, but didn't look at all surprised at her grandson's behavior. For the record, I hadn't looked at the account in question in quite a while. I signed it over to you in my will when they sent me to the care home. Figured it would be safer. I suppose I was wrong. We'll get the money back, Nana. Nah, but we will take a baseball bat to the window on Rex's sports car. He drove me in that thing once and I about had a heart attack. I prefer a slow and steady pace. She eyed the horses by Parker, unless on horseback. Adeline would get the money back if only to ensure that her grandmother lived out her days in greener pastures, filled with the horses she loved so much. Sheriff Stoddard asked Adeline and Marie several questions. Likely there'd be an investigation into the illegal bank transfers, siphoning money away from Nana with Lance's help on the computer, along with the falsified documents and everything else. Adeline took one last look at her brother before he got into the cruiser. Likely she wouldn't see him on this side of freedom again. Whatever happened, she'd face it with her chin up. She wasn't proud to be a Cole, but she was honest, and that counted for something, even if Clint would never believe her. She and Nana got in the car. Clint stood beside his Jeep watching. Likely it would be the last time she saw him too. But in that respect, she didn't feel free. Her heart felt caged, locked up. She was happy the Ritchies would be able to keep their ranch. Starting with Bodie, the lust for money was a curse. The Ritchies were blessed with learning the value of hard work, faith, and family. Like her grandmother had been for so long, Adeline fell into silence. They returned to town. Nana wanted to treat her to pie at the diner, but Adeline wasn't hungry. She sat in the booth, fiddling with a napkin while Nana recapped everything that had transpired. All Adeline could think about was Clint and how everything was over. I'd argue that boy knocked the dip right off your chip. Although I suppose he's not a boy. No, he's all man. Nana's voice thrust her back into the conversation, and the server brought their slices of pecan pie. With a little grin, Nana said, Or more accurately, he wiped the whipped cream right off your slice. She took a dainty bite. The Ritchie recipe is better. Anyway, as I was saying, he's all man. He's not acting like one. He broke up with me out of the blue. You might say I started talking again out of the blue, but I had my reasons. I was waiting for the right time. For Clint, maybe he's not acting like a man because he doesn't feel like one. Not that his injury would make him less of a man, but sometimes those kinds of things can do damage beyond what you see on the outside. The mind can be powerful. Maybe he's feeling poorly about himself, convinced himself that his injury makes him less of what he is.
Adeline thought about that.
He has an ego the size of Texas. The Ritchies and Coles alike. I've placed bets on which of you will break first and run back into each other's arms. Bets with whom? With what? I thought we were broke.
Nana smirked.
A trade is more like. If Paula wins, she gets my pumpkin roll recipe. If I win, I get the pecan pie recipe. When did Paula ever eat your pumpkin roll?
Adeline's mouth watered at the memory of it before her mother took over making Thanksgiving dinner.
I've never had a problem with the Ritchies. Your grandfather did, but Paula, Shawnee, and I were in the women's Bible study together years back. Shawnee makes fantastic lemonade, too.
Well, that pie recipe won't get us a place to live. Adeline could hardly figure out what to address first. The fact that she didn't have an address, what happened with her brother, or the hole in her heart with Clint's name on it. She felt weak, but not because of her blood sugar. She wanted to curl up and cry. Instead, she had to be strong, to move forward. Nana winked.
Don't you worry about that. I wasn't foolish enough to keep all my eggs in one basket or all my money in one bank.
Relief washed through Adeline. She had some savings, but not quite enough to buy a house.
Where would you like to live? Name the place. Anywhere.
Home. Nana gazed out the window of the diner.
Where's that? Well, here, of course. Smuggler's Springs?
Adeline had been thinking of Georgia or Alabama.
The one and only, and so you can make Clint your one and only.
Adeline's mind told her that wasn't happening, but her heart yearned for something else. She spoke from that place, from the truth. After everything that happened, that would get some fingers wagging and the pipeline flowing.
You've never cared about having an unpopular opinion.
No, I suppose not, but there's no way Clint wants to be with me.
You might say that I'm traditional, old-fashioned, but hear me out and remember, it works both ways. I believe that behind every strong man is a strong woman, and you know where Clint can get his strength? You. Show him that you appreciate him, that you believe he's capable, competent, and that you accept him exactly how he is.
Well, of course I do, but I have my issues. Why would he want a girl who forgets her insulin?
Not a girl anymore, Adeline. You're a woman. It's time to heal and let go of your little girl's broken heart over Dylan. Clint is a real man, and a Ritchie at that. He'd stand by you no matter what. You just have to show him that your love is true.
How? Like the day before, when Nana told her the story about the Coles, what she thought Rex was up to, and how to stop him. A mischievous grin spread across her grandmother's face. Chapter 18. Clint. Clint returned home to Smuggler's Springs to retire from the military and work on the ranch. He didn't go there to meet a woman, ride a horse, or heal. He was fine. He was a cowboy, and cowboys rode horses. Then again, he was a Navy SEAL and had worked behind a desk. He made do. But would he be happy never getting on a horse again? That was like asking him if he'd tolerate not being a free man. Would he be happy without Adeline in his life? Getting back in the saddle meant acknowledging what happened with the bronc at the rodeo. It meant admitting his weakness. Getting back with Adeline meant acknowledging that he loved her, that he needed her, that he wanted her. What was so hard about that? It was the same thing in the way of him getting back on the horse. When Adeline asked him about that, he hadn't answered. It was his pride that kept his feet on the ground.
He was afraid of anyone seeing him as less than the tough Navy SEAL, as someone who needed help from time to time, someone with a prosthetic leg, someone who'd been thrown from a horse and was subsequently cheated on and dumped by his high school sweetheart. He'd logged so many miles in life since then, so what did it matter? Zoe was old news. But the suspicion at Adeline's intentions, and then the crushed expression on her face when she saw that question in his mind over at the main ranch house, told him she was also old news. Zoe didn't want him, and he'd only been tossed from the back of a bronc. There was no way Adeline would want a guy with half a leg. He paced through the log cabin, trying to escape the thought, but it stuck with him. Some of the strongest and bravest guys he knew in the military had survived accidents that took more than part of a limb. Why was he any different? Clint was too humble to call himself a hero, but was his pride too big to admit that he wanted Adeline back? Parker called a family meeting, and if he didn't get a move on, he'd be late. If Clint didn't get out of his head, he'd be sunk, and he'd done Bud's training, which was enough time spent underwater for a lifetime. Cars, trucks, and a motorcycle filled the driveway at the main ranch house. A zoo of children surrounded Camden as Clint entered. He took 2 of them under his arms like footballs and charged to the big table. He had a seat and balanced a kid on each leg. Willa twisted and whispered, "Uncle Clint, can we see your robot leg later? Jaden said you're as strong as Iron Man. I said Captain America. Daddy let us watch the superhero movies, but Bentley had bad dreams that night." Clint laughed. The kids were very curious about his prosthesis. They didn't think any less of him and likened him to a superhero. He certainly wasn't, but could Adeline see past it? Parker whistled for everyone's attention. Even though they weren't sharing a meal, he said a prayer of gratitude for his family, faith, and the farm.
Things moved rather quickly thanks to Rex's confession and our excellent lawyer, Harvey Silver. You'll be happy to know that they canceled the auction. Rex is being brought up on criminal charges by the state of Texas for falsifying documents, stealing money from his grandmother, and vandalizing our property.
A muted cheer rose. The Ritchies were glad to have justice, but didn't take pleasure in anyone's suffering.
So if Rex was the one causing all that trouble, does that mean the Ritchie curse is broken?
Jameson asked.
I'd argue that there never was a curse, just a lot of history.
And a bit of mystery. Amelia lifted and lowered her eyebrows. Some of this will make it into the documentary, but I'm keeping the treasure hunt a secret. Parker said a few words about preserving the secret treasure for future generations. Everyone hung out a while longer. Guitars appeared and there was a family sing-along. After a while, Clint wandered back toward the log cabin. They solved the mystery. They saved the ranch. But his chest was heavy, his movements slow, his mind cluttered as he tumbled over thoughts of Adeline. He broke things off with her, but he felt miserable, felt like something was missing. After parking at the log cabin, Boots ran up to him. She jumped and licked and was all around happy he was home. He scratched behind her ears, then she took off running in the field.
"Boots,"
he called, and instantly thought of Adeline naming his dog. He looked down at his boots.
What self-respecting cowboy doesn't ride a horse?
In the distance, Boots was a little dot against the field as she ran toward the old stone barn. Maybe if he cleaned it out, he could bring a couple horses down from the stable. Parker had his hands full, and Jordan seemed to bring in more animals by the week. Thankfully, he hadn't added to the goat pen. Clint walked along the trail, taking the long way to the barn. His leg didn't hurt, but his heart did. What could he do about that? He pushed open the wide doors, letting the sunlight stream in. Memories of the recent events and discoveries followed him inside. He recalled Adeline by his side, then her seated with Amelia, admiring the rings around her finger. Would she want to get married someday? The ring from the cave seemed to pulse in his pocket. It had crossed his mind, but something important came before I do's. Love. Clint loved Adeline. Then why'd he turn his back on her? He knew how awful that felt when it had been done to him. Then he'd caught her at the ranch house with Rex. At the time, she looked like an accomplice. The truth was, she was trying to stop her brother, her flesh and blood. That took strength and courage. He reckoned with his assumptions about the Coles. Marie and Adeline proved them wrong. And if that wasn't true, what else wasn't? What was true? His heart trotted in his chest. Leaning against the table in the tack room, Clint looked around. He told himself his leg hurt, when really it was his heart, his pride. Whatever path he took would be a tough one. Go it alone without Adeline, or go to her, apologize, and be brave, risking that she'd turn him down. Clint prayed. He'd overcome so much. Could he keep going?
God, I have an ache right down to my bones. I'm tired. I've worked so hard.
In his mind, he heard a whisper, a truth. Maybe it was the perseverance of the Ritchie lineage that spoke to him, or perhaps the Lord himself. Clint would never know. But he knew how he felt, renewed, strong, capable.
You're tired. That's fine, son. I'm not. You have work to do. Love to share. Don't give up.
Before Clint opened his eyes, he had a vision of what the barn could be, light and bright, echoing the strength of the Ritchie clan that had built the stone structure that still stood tall, proud, scented with horses and hay, full of laughter, life, and Adeline. Clint heard footsteps and blinked open his eyes. Parker entered carrying the Bible and the map.
Came to return these. What brings you here? Boots, my heart.
Parker tilted his head.
I had a vision of what this barn could be, but you haven't taken off your armor yet.
Parker was right.
I'm getting there. Us Ritchie men aren't slow to love, just slow to show it, to be vulnerable. I'll tell you what's on the other side of that risk, but it's top secret confidential intel. Suffice it to say, it's well worth it.
Clint snickered.
What's holding you back from riding to her like a knight in shining armor? Actually, without armor. I don't have a horse, for one. She does, and she happens to be in the stable with Shadow right now. You don't think it's too late?
Parker clapped Clint on the back.
I don't think that's your real worry.
His cousin had a point.
Forgiveness can bring happiness. Adeline knows that. I'm the one who needs forgiven. I turned her away. I mean, forgive yourself for getting thrown off the horse. Forgive the horse if you need to. Same for the accident. You realize that healing from wounds makes people stronger, right?
Parker said. He'd never thought of it that way.
Thanks, cousin. Thank you for getting me those therapy sessions, and thanks for this one right now.
Clint got to his feet and hustled to the door.
Parker called. I think Adeline and Nana alike would love this barn. You have a spare bedroom in the log cabin, right? Or you could build a grandmother-in-law cabin. We have plenty of room in this family to grow. We'll just keep getting bigger until...
But Clint didn't need to hear what his cousin said next. His heart was already brimming with love. Chapter 19. Adeline. Adeline left Nana at the main ranch house with Amelia and Aunt Shawnee. It felt strange being back on the property after everything that had happened. Over tea and Chevy's famous cowboy cookie recipe, Parker assured Adeline that all was forgiven. She wasn't so sure Clint was included in that, but they discussed everything that transpired with the Coles throughout history and Rex in the present day. Parker made it clear to Marie and Adeline the charges against her brother didn't extend to them. And even then, Parker only pursued legal action because he didn't want Rex to swindle anyone else. Parker encouraged her to head to the stable, and that Shadow was all hers. He also said they were getting a steady stream of strays, thanks to Jordan and his love for all things four-legged, plus a few more chickens. She wanted no part of the goats, though. In the coming weeks, she'd look for a place where she and Nana could live. Maybe with a barn, maybe not. Parker said she could use their space for now. However, she didn't think that would be a good idea in case she ran into Clint. Not that she didn't want to see him. She did, sort of. Her heart was already broken. What did it matter if it got worse? Actually, she didn't think it could get worse. Shadow had been there for Adeline when she needed comfort and unconditional love after Dylan had dismissed her on account of the diabetes diagnosis. Aside from occasionally letting her blood sugar dip too low, she managed it just fine. Day to day, it was more an afterthought. Something she lived with but didn't make her any less capable like Dylan had assumed. Adeline stroked the Irish drought's flank. Peace stitched up the ragged parts inside. She rested her cheek against the mighty animal. Shadow whickered. "Thank you, girl. Thank you for being there for me in the past and again now. I'm glad we're reunited." Dylan was a jerk, and it was time to forget about him. Any man worth the name would see that people who had health or physical challenges weren't any different than anyone else in character. In fact, oftentimes they were stronger and more compassionate because of it. Clint, on the other hand, was a jerk for breaking up with her, but there were complications because of their families. Not the fact that she had diabetes. At least that was what Nana said. They both had their issues, but that shouldn't stop them from being together. But they were apart, and she had to accept it. The scent of cider and split wood mingled with Shadow's horsey smell. A hand landed on the animal's flank and another on her shoulder. Clint slowly turned Adeline around, so they faced each other. She was surprised to see him, but held in her gasp.
"A while back, you asked what was stopping me from getting on a horse."
His drawl was slow, lazy, and as soft as Shadow's mane.
"It was the same thing as what stopped me from telling you the truth."
"What was it?"
"Pride," he said simply. "I'm setting that aside."
"Does that mean you're going to ride again?" He hitched a smile.
"Sure am."
"And what truth didn't you tell me?" Her heart took off at a trot.
"You're not supposed to like me. I wasn't supposed to like you."
His smoky gray eyes trailed to hers and held. "Says who?" she asked. He snorted.
"Good point. But you saw me for who I really am. I can be myself around you."
"And who's that?"
"A man who loves you deep and broad and wide. That's the truth, Adeline."
He smoothed a stray hair away from her face. Her lion's mane, as he'd once called it, was unruly that day. The air was relatively humid and the sun bright. Her mind wasn't foggy. Her vision was clear, her legs didn't wobble. Clint spoke the truth. It was one she shared. In the brief silence since he spoke, Shadow kicked at the ground with her hoof, as though urging Adeline to respond. She wasn't testing out his words to see if she could trust them. She did. Rather, she was basking in what he'd said about loving her. Finally, Adeline bounced onto her toes and wrapped her arms around Clint. "I love you too. I think it started when I kissed you in that parking lot. Not the love part, but the fallen."
"I promise to always catch you."
Adeline thought of when she'd nearly passed out from low blood sugar, and the time he'd stumbled when they left the stone barn. "You don't have to make that promise. I have a better one. How about this? If we do fall, we'll always help each other up."
That's a deal.
When Clint relaxed, he had a lazy grin. It widened on his face just then. She met his smoky eyes and inhaled. Do it scared. She had to tell him something important, something she'd thought a lot about after her conversation with Nana. "I want you to know that your prosthesis doesn't make you weak. With Shadow's help, living with diabetes doesn't make me a problem."
Why would you even think that?
Clint asked, shocked. She cocked an eyebrow. "As if you hadn't once thought that I'd think less of you because of your accident?"
I didn't.
Clint cut himself off. He scrubbed his hand along the back of his neck.
You got me there. Getting thrown off the Bronx shook me up. My high school sweetheart cheated, then broke up with me. Sounds juvenile, but I was humiliated. Then when I lost the lower half of my leg, if Zoe didn't want me after getting thrown, no woman would want a man who couldn't walk unassisted. Stupid, I realize now. Same stupid as you thinking I'd even entertain thinking you having diabetes is a problem.
She loved that man more than words, but there was more for him to know. In high school, during a routine eye exam, the doctor noticed some changes in the blood vessels in my retina. I ignored it. Then my senior year, looking back, slowly other warning signs like some weight loss, increased thirst, and sudden fatigue emerged. I chalked it up to stress. I went to a competitive boarding school, was waiting for college acceptance letters. You've met my family. Then that summer between high school and college, I lived in Boston and met a guy named Dylan.
Hate him already,
Clint said darkly. He nudged her with his shoulder.
Just want you to know I'm on your team.
She giggled. I thought I was in love. Talk about stupid. I was so caught up, there were changes in my health that I didn't pay attention to until it was too late. One day I felt really sick. I'd had extreme weight loss in a short period, blurry vision, weakness. I dragged myself to the doctor. Dylan was supposed to take me, but he went swimming with his buddies. The tests showed I was nearing diabetic ketosis, dangerous levels. I was hospitalized and stabilized. Clint took her in his arms, hugging her. It was what she'd needed back when Dylan ditched her. Her family had been concerned, but hands off. She melted into Clint's brawny arms, breathing in his cider scent. Anyway, Dylan ditched me when I needed him, when I needed anyone most. Turned out he thought it was too much trouble. Clint took a long look at Adeline, and then the horse.
I can't say I ever expected this. I had my life planned out, then the accident. I suppose it's turned out fine. Yours too?
Oh, Clint, it's better than fine. He beamed, as though caught.
You got that right, Addie. Can I call you that?
She planted a kiss on his lips. You sure can, but only if I can call you sweet potato pie. He kissed her back.
Only when we're alone.
She supposed some secrets were worth having. Parker sauntered in, leading an auburn horse with a white blaze. He passed off the rope to Clint.
What's this?
He asked his cousin.
Consider awestruck an early gift. Tucker gave Amelia a Mustang. I'm just paying it forward. Though I reckon you prefer this kind of horsepower.
Clint cocked his head as though confused, but excitement built in Adeline because she had a feeling she understood what Parker was getting at. She didn't want him to push Clint into popping the question. Then again, the man she loved was a Navy SEAL, known for concealing his emotions and intentions. And she was quite sure no one could force him to do anything. He had free will. If he was going to ask her to marry him, he would, in his time and in his way. After going back and forth about the gift, Clint thanked his cousin profusely. They tacked up the horses and exited the barn. Clint climbed up on Awestruck, and Adeline followed on Shadow. What were you saying before about not expecting this, us? She gestured between them. Maybe life isn't what you expected, but what if this is the plan? We can't try so hard to avoid the struggles and taking risks that we miss the miracles. We have to let God take the reins and let Him do His work.
Put that way, I've witnessed a few miracles. I've forgiven the past, healed from the inside out thanks to you. I overcame snap judgments about the Coles, or rather, a Cole, you. I realized I love you.
What about realizing that it's okay to accept help? It doesn't make you weak, it makes you humble, and that's a kind of strength of its own. He drew up alongside her on awestruck. How'd you get so smart? Listening to my grandmother.
But she didn't speak up until yesterday.
True, but she also taught me to look to Jesus for the way. The last thing she said was Psalm 135. I trust in the Lord, my soul trusts in His word. I carried those words all this time, and it brought me here. I trusted somebody I'd reunite with Shadow. Turned out I got you too.
You sure do.
Clint took off ahead of her, and she followed, coaxing Shadow into a trot along the trail. They rode for a solid 10 minutes until the stone barn came into view. Clint ran the tap into a trough, washing out the dirt and then letting it fill for the horses.
Glad to see the well still works.
Adeline admired the barn. You know how Amelia loves history? I feel the same way about barns.
This one included?
She nodded. They make me feel at home.
Would you be open to calling this one your second home?
Adeline's breath caught. What do you mean?
The past is resolved. What I want to know is if we have a future. You and me. I'd like to think so. I'd like a future with you.
He took her hands and led her in front of the double doors, branded with the symbol of the horse wearing a saddle. Her limbs tingled and went wobbly as her pulse increased. Clint said,
In the old days, a knight would get down on one knee as a sign of respect when pledging his service to a king. You see the same gesture when a man proposes.
He kneeled.
I pledge my service to you, to our relationship, to our future. Will you marry me?
Adeline shivered with bliss as bumps worked their way across her skin. Her breath caught as the man before her pulled a slim ring studded with diamonds from his shirt pocket. He didn't even slide it on her finger before she said, I told myself no cowboys, but you're the exception, Mr. Navy SEAL Cowboy. Yes, yes, 1,000 times yes. The horses nickered and neighed. Clint got to his feet and put the ring on Adeline's finger. His dimple appeared on his cheek as he smiled. Not even waiting to admire the band, she pulled him in and her lips molded to his. He wrapped his arms around her and she hopped before he spun her around. The world blurred and then went dark as Adeline closed her eyes and they dove in for another kiss. It was soft, a promise, a truth. So much had happened in a short time, and they had so much ahead of them, as broad and varied as the surrounding fields and hills. It seemed impossible, but she felt that spaciousness, that promise inside. Clint's hands smoothed her hair like he couldn't get enough of touching it. The kiss continued and deepened like he couldn't get enough of that either. She certainly couldn't. Her hands explored the muscles of his arms, feeling the strength and fortitude there, the kind that could take care of him. But she'd do the same in her own way. They'd take care of each other. The world was fuzzy, and her knees knocked together, but not like when her blood sugar was low. In Clint's arms, it was like she was soaring, flying high. When they parted, Clint said,
So, do you think you'd want to move your equine-assisted business here?
I need to find a place to live first.
I know of a log cabin with a vacancy.
He nipped her with a teasing kiss. Before that, we'd need to get married. And there's my Nana. Can't leave her out.
There's a place in town where we can exchange vows.
He winked.
In fact, I've seen you there on Sundays. As for the log cabin, there's a spare bedroom. If Nana Cole would prefer a home of her own, turns out we have plenty of space. And that's all thanks to you, your Nana coming forward with the secrets from the past, and my computer sleuthing skills.
It took a team of Ritchies and Coles to come together.
You got that right. As I see it, you can use the stone barn for your equine-assisted therapy practice. I'll tend to the apple orchard. It's what I always envisioned for my retirement. And I think Nana will like it here.
She'll love it. That sounds like a wonderful life. She bit her lip. I saw you playing with Camden's kids. Do you think they'd want to be in the wedding? Maybe Amelia, Hattie, and some of your cousins too?
This is a big year of expanding our family, Clint said, and I hope it only gets bigger.
Adeline kissed Clint on the lips and said, I have a feeling it will. We'll fill up these hills with love and laughter. At that, she jumped on Shadow. Clint did the same, mounting awestruck, and they rode together toward their future. This has been Trusting the Cowboy's Heart, Ritchie Ranch Clean Cowboy Romance Series Book 3 by Ellie Hall. Copyright 2020. Narrated by Lorana Hoops. Audio copyright 2022.
I hope you enjoyed Adeline and Clint's Enemy to Love romance. If so, please give it a thumbs up and comment below. If you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel so you're the first to hear about all the sweet and swoony romance activity we have going on here. Last but not least, this was the third book in the Ritchie romance series. There are 5 more. They're available as ebook and paperback and large print wherever books are sold. Thanks again for watching, and I will see you between the pages.